Hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome back to the galaxy. We're gonna get some shit done today, and Ani. First, we're gonna shout out Killer Jam, because Killer is always here supporting. 25 stream streak. Thank you, Killer. Hope everything's going good. Hope all is well with you and Laz and the puppy and all that stuff. So, where the hell were we? We were harvesting things. Let's press forward. This planet is pretty well sorted from what I remember. We are working on Persephone. And thanks for support yesterday. Oh, of course. I hope everything went all right. I know you had a bunch of deaths, but you know, death is only the beginning. What are we doing? We are going to first do what Tony suggested. We're going to put a light in here. Yeah, I mean, sometimes doing those uphill battles, you know, you got to just do them, right? Okay, I locked everybody out of the ranch. We do not need the ranch. We are perfectly fine on that. I think we're all right. We'll go in there if we need to. They're not quite regrown yet anyway. All right, Tony suggested we put a light over here near the rock crusher to make it go quicker. And I think that's a phenomenal idea. I also think it might be a good idea to put a second rock crusher down, which would also necessitate a second light, if that's where we're going to put it, but... Am I going to risk that breaking? Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm not going to worry about it. So basically what we got going on here, guys, we've been harvesting lime, crude oil, and diamond. Oh, well, fossil, crude oil, and diamond. We are slowly but surely... What is over here? Okay, that's our algae supplies. We are slowly but surely crushing up some of it and pumping the crude. And what I need to do, I have it all set up. Yeah, exact. Sometimes just taking the time to set yourself up is all you need for a successful run. Let's check on our food supplies. All right, we might have to do a few things over here. Catalina, you got skills left? You don't quite got skills left. I might have to put Catalina into grilling. We might have to do some farming here. 22 degrees, 25 degrees, 30... What's our temp overlay looking like? If we cook up that barbecue, we'd be in a better position. I think just to be sure, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we gotta make the attempt here to do some farming. They're eating raw meat. We got to get Catalina or Killer into grilling. I don't want to put Killer into grilling, so I think we got to wait for Catalina to snag a level. She's close. Oh, awesome. So, Killer, as far as builds, this is what I do early game. You were talking about easy early game setups. So I put a grill here, 3 ladders across, and it's usually 3 refrigerators, but since I've only got 2 dupes on this planet, I only built 1. But what happens is they stand here, and I also put the coal generator here sometimes. Sometimes I put it somewhere else depending on the build. But this produces carbon dioxide. I believe the grill produces carbon dioxide, but if not, then the dupes standing at the grill, they produce carbon dioxide, right? So, it'll fill this pit with carbon dioxide, which is a sterile gas. The sterile gas means it'll kill germs, but it also means that I think it makes it last longer as well. We're going to put that there, and I think I will actually let them in here. It'll add to their stress, but kind of need that meat. Oh, that's right. We got them on the plumbed toilets. Okay, excellent. And we are slowly but surely acquiring... Why are you out there, Catalina? No. She's wearing out our suits. That's not good. So yeah, I mean, this is the simplest way to do it right here, right? Actually, cancel attack. It's not going to make it last forever, but it's going to do all right. I haven't to explain to my sister that I was wrong on it. Wrong on what? On how to do it? You basically, you want stuff in a sterile gas. If you want to do it the way that actually deep freezes it, you have to insulate around it like this. Like this stuff, if you go to the temp overlay, this is negative 49 degrees here. And basically I trapped hydrogen gas inside these things, and you have to get it in with conveyor loaders. So my dupes come over here and put it in the conveyor loader, and the ingredients get dropped here. And then this thing can see through the corner, and it pulls the ingredients out and puts them in the grill and the musher. Then once the dupes cook it here and here, this can pick up the finished food and put it in this loader, and it drops it in here. Then this thing can see through that corner and fills the refrigerator with a small amount of the food. So like this one's set to 10 kilos, this one's set to 10 kilos, and I think this is just medicine. Doesn't need to be there, but just for organization's sake. So 10 kilos, on normal you could set it to like 3 to 5. I'm on max hunger, so I have 2 of them set to 10 kilos. So that way, only what your dupes are eating at any one session. Oh, they're in an infinite loop here. That's what I mean about making sure you have the right setting. So this was at a lower set, these were at a lower setting than this. So they were taking food out of here and putting it in here, and so it was just going in a circle. So these have to be set on a 7, while this one is set on a 6. And then these are set on a 7. This is set on a 7 to dump the ingredients in there. Now the way you cool this is this machine over here cools the hydrogen in this pipe. Because hydrogen can get way colder than water. It can get down to like negative 200 degrees or something. So this thing cools the hydrogen. But then I have the hydrogen, the machine that cools the hydrogen on my cooling loop, because this just moves heat. So basically what happens is the cold hydrogen, it makes the hydrogen cold, it flows over here, the radiant pipes exchange heat with the tile and the hydrogen in here, and so the cold leaves the pipes and the heat goes into the pipes. And so this stuff over here is warmer. See how this is at negative 49 and this is at negative 63? So that cold gets dumped into these spots, and then it comes back around hotter. And then this thing detects the temperature, and it's like, oh, hey, this is above negative 50. That's too warm. And this thing kicks on and cools it back down. And it just goes in that loop. But this thing is moving temperature around. It's putting cold here and moving the heat here. So you have to cool this area as well, or put this somewhere where you don't make, you know, if you stick this in an ice biome, it'll eventually melt all the ice, but it'll last a long time. I have this on a cooling loop, which my cooling loop is massive. It goes around my whole base, and this can actually be integrated in, but I have lots of cold on my map. So I'm sending this around in circles, but you'll notice that there's radiant pipes near the heat, but there's also radiant pipes in cold spots. I suppose. I've never made an ice machine in my life, Killer. But I would assume so. The way most of us do it is you see this guy here? Just like the hydrogen one moves heat, this one does the same thing with water. So the loop flows in here. This water's coming in at 19. And then this sensor checks the temperature, and it says, hey, if it's above 19 degrees, or if it's above 28 degrees, turn this on. And it'll cool the water by 14 degrees and dump the heat in here. Now, this is a temporary solution because if this gets too hot, everything in here will break, right? But if you put a steam turbine on top, which requires plastic, the steam turbine will take 120 degree steam and turn it into 95 degree water and then dump the water back in here. Then this thing takes the heat out of the pipes, dumps the heat in here, heats the steam up to 120 degrees, steam turbine eats the 120 degree heat, drops 95 degree water, and this loops around deleting heat. 10% of the heat that the steam turbine deletes, though, gets put out as heat around the steam turbine. So you have to put the steam turbine on this loop with the rest of your base. So usually you send the loop from here to your base, and the last place it goes by the steam turbine and then back into this thing. I'll be building a industrial setup with that going soon, so I'll be able to show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm hoping to get that done today. I got to get these guys back there, though, because you can't make plastic until you have crude oil or Drecos. So I actually have to bring back the materials to build that stuff. I'm trying my best over here. We're basically waiting to get enough crude oil. Once we have enough crude oil, we're going to load up the resources over here into our rocket, send it home, and then start making a huge processing plant for it. Maybe not huge, but... Rust. We can print... I don't need the rust, so let's take the bomb lily seeds, I guess. No, we don't need any of it, but... So that's the thing about this game is, like, all the systems rely on each other. Your main base cooling loop is usually a liquid pipe with either water or polluted water in it. Also, I have a cold, aka ice biome near where I... Yeah. Cold biomes are one of the best ways to deal with early game stuff. A lot of times, that's where I'll just set up my temporary industrial area, and I'll just pump the ice-cold water into my refinery. It heats up the water. I drop it on top of ice. It melts the ice. The cold and heat mix back into cold water. And, like, I just run that loop over and over and over again until I have all the materials I need to build my endgame cooling solutions. So there's a lot of ways to stopgap your way through. And I'm sure now that you're playing it, the next time I do a start, you'll be like, oh, I see how Nether does that. Ice temperature shift plates can save. Yes. I was mentioning that last time we were playing. Me48 is absolutely right. If you go into your research, when you research your refinery here, before you do that, you get fire poles and temperature shift plates. So if you go into utilities, you can make these temp shift plates out of ice. And you basically, like, you find a spot that's hot. Fuck, I'll do it right now. See how it's all warm and toasty over here? I'm going to build an ice temp shift plate. It goes in the background, so you can layer it over, right? And that transfers heat. It's designed... Temp shift plates are designed to interact with the gases, solids, and liquids within the full radius. You know, all 8 tiles around them. And it smears the temperature. But since the temp shift plate itself is made of ice, it basically absorbs all that heat and melts it and then drops cold water on the floor. So you can see the temperature here is pretty warm, right? Devin's going to come over and build this ice temp shift plate and watch what happens. Well, if his lame ass ever just, you know... Fine, go take a shit. Oh, Killer. Go take a shit, Killer. I'm sorry, it's the hair. Devin has been an issue for me in every playthrough, so I'm so used to being like, damn it, Devin! Let's get the data banks in there, at least. Okay, so... Killer is grabbing meat because we aren't grilling it. I need Catalina to get that level. Catalina, hurry the fuck up. Get you a damn hat? I mean, I could put a hat on you. We'll put a digger hat on you. Actually, no. We'll put the exosuit training hat on you because it'll give you cool goggles to wear. Look at you. Look at you in your purpley, sparkly suit and your goggle hat. Ah, don't you look cute? It's Stinky for me. Always out without a suit on. Damn you, Stinky. Yeah, I think every one of us has our dupes that are either our favorites or are like troublemakers. Devin is always a troublemaker for me. Nisbet's my favorite. More raw meat, Devin? What do we have in calories here? Oh, kill. Yeah, again. Oh, and if anybody wants to name a dupe, Catalina is new. I think everybody else has names from the community, but Catalina, we thought her out on this planet to give Killer a hand. And speaking of which, who's gonna do our farming over here? Catalina is stressed because we keep having her hold her breath. Do you want me to bring duct tape and paper saying Killer, not Devin, and tape it where you can see it? You know, I might put a little stamp up there. Hi, I had another thought, maybe a few carpet tiles for morale if you had extra reed fiber. I mean, we've got 12 reed fiber, Tony. How you doing today? No, 14 reed fiber. It's not like we have extra, but it's also not like we don't have any. Maybe we should put a couple of carpeted tiles. I never do carpeted tiles. Can I? You know what? Yeah, let's put carpeted tiles on these tiles here. How much do carpeted tiles cost? 2 reed fiber? We'll spend the 2 reed fiber. Okay, so, Killer. Your dupe is building the ice temp shift plate, right? And you see the temperatures? Guys, Killer is new to Ani, and so we're trying to help him with learning the game. So we see the temperature. Temp shift plate goes in. See how cold it is compared to the area around it. This temp shift plate's going up in temperature, 22.1, negative 22. Negative 21.9, negative 21.8. And I don't know if you could see it because the temperature overlays aren't super specific, but we're getting rid of most of the orange around there and it's going yellow. And then gradually, it's going to heat up. Barb! How you doing? Are you back from your doctor's appointment or are you hanging out on your cell? Okay. Yeah, so you'll notice the temperature on the temp shift plate's up to negative 20.3, negative 20.2. Stretch, thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Oh, carpeted tile before Catalina goes to bed. I don't think I've ever built carpeted tile in my entire life playing this game, but it'll de-stress them a bit. Wasn't it? Guys, Barb played through Hellblade, and then we watched the cinematic they have on it, talking about how it's made. I'll probably post the cinematic later, or if you want to post it, Barb. If you guys are going to play the game, I wouldn't recommend watching the cinematic because it has spoilers. But the way they did the game, the way they interacted with people... Right side tile for caught. I can't... I'm pretty sure it's the left side tile. Either way, they're going to walk across here and get a little bit of a bonus. I've watched a lot of Francis John, and I'm pretty sure he put it on the left side on his playthrough, so... You get the tickled toesies? Tickled toes. Point... Yeah, okay. Excellent. That might help a bit. Rock Crusher. That's another good one. I mean, we've got 10 reed fiber. Maybe we should... Oh. Let's get you grilling. Because we're going to run out of food here if we don't have somebody cooking. I want her to cook before she crushes. I know that sounds crazy, but if we have to, we'll crush everything when we get home. The ice maker does make ice, but in doing so, the area around ice maker gets warmer. Yeah, that's the thing, is like a lot of... I think the steam turbine's one of the few reliable, if not... Well, there's ways to delete heat, but as far as like vanilla game mechanics, I think the steam turbine's the easiest one to understand. Other ones involve like heating up your Paku and then having them spawn eggs because they spawn at the same temperature, so like the Paku get hotter but then their kids come out colder type of thing. There's like a lot of like cheeky ways around it, right? But I'd say the aqua tuner and the thermal regulator are the best way to do it, but most of the stuff in the game moves heat. It doesn't delete heat, it just moves it around. So you want to move stuff where it makes sense. And with like the thermal regulator with the hydrogen, the research water is a good one. What do you mean, Me48? Oh, like the water that goes into the research basically gets deleted. So if you put all your hot water into the spot with the pump, and then that pump is used for research, the heat will get deleted that way. Is that what you're talking about? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I follow. Yeah, her tickled toesies is going up nice sleeping in that bed. Hot hydrogen going through hydrogen generator. Yeah, I was just gonna mention that, Tony. Like when I do like a Rodriguez spam, I'll pump 95-degree water into it, which would in theory heat up everything, but I don't know if the electrolyzer transfers heat, but then you pump the hydrogen that comes out of it into a hydrogen generator. So in theory, the whole thing could heat up to 95 degrees, but the hydrogen generators cap out at like 75 or something like that. Oh, sweet. I tuned in right into a discussion I needed help with. Welcome in, No One Balancing. Yeah, everybody's... that's one of the cool things I find about the Ani community is that everybody tries to be helpful. We got a few people that are new and a few people that are really experienced here, so it's a good blend of people helping each other get better at the game. Never be afraid to ask any questions you guys want. How are we doing over here, guys? How are we doing? Immediately picks up that arbor acorn. After all of our problems with pips, I did a little bit of Googling and reading to figure out why my plants weren't getting planted and why we weren't getting stuff, and I've got a better understanding of how this works. This is not the optimal setup for these, but it'll do for now. We are gradually making more steel over here, but not really very quick. Right, we don't have any coolant going into that. Okay. So, guys, our main goal for today is to get everything we need from here over to the other planet. And we're running out of food, is our problem. We don't have long to get them home if this is going to work. Okay, I need to get both of them farming and making food. All right, cooking and farming can go up. Farming, you're not going to cook because Catalina's going to grill. We don't have any digging or building hooked up. Okay, so I need these guys to actually make us some food because we're running low. Yeah, Draco steaks may very well come down to it. We're probably going to have to murder everything we have here and bring it home. Or we got to get home with these guys. So we got to keep them alive long enough to get them home. The end goal of this game can be how many problems can we solve using P. Oh, I've heard of, I haven't seen, people building colonies around making their dupes pee and having dupes that fart, running the base on natural gas and urine. Sounds like a terrible way to do things, but hey. Guys, thanks again for the door crushing, Tony, and I think Barb was also helping with the timing and stuff like that. I love this door crushing gas thing over here. It's a great little quick deal to get rid of our problems. And as per our normal Monday routine, we're going to take it a little slow. Oh, let's check that temperature out. The temp shift plate's almost at 0, Killer. So let's keep an eye on that, and I'll show you. If it gets the job done, that is all that counts. Exactly. I mean, our job in this playthrough, the goal we set out, I think Barb and Julie were mostly responsible for the settings and the goals, but we're going to build a monument. The goal was to start this on the 1st, and before the month ends, to build a monument. Could door crushers delete water from an aqua tuner that is too hot? Yeah, I mean, door crushers can definitely... Door crushers can delete just about anything as far as gases, liquids... Not solids, though. I think if you put, like, debris in here, it'll just trap it in there or push it out to one side or something. So, there is that. But these doors, these mechanized airlocks, they're so important in so many builds. You can use one you can use ones made of steel to create a thermal injector setup. That's pretty badass. Oh, now Killer. See how everything is blue now? That temp shift plate heated up to the point where it melted and dropped all the water, and now everything is nice and chilled. Air crushers cannot destroy debris. It can turn tiles into debris. Ooh, cool. No one is named Catalina yet. I was just talking about that, Barb. Now let's get that mopped up, because I don't want them to have... soggy feet. That's just going to negate the bonus we just gave them with the tickled toesies, which is helping a lot. Thanks again for bringing that up, Tony. Alright, this will make 10 tons in jars. We're trying to get to about 40 tons. Do we want to spend more reed fiber? I suppose we could spend more reed fiber. Yeah, why not? Why not spend a little bit more reed fiber? God, I'm tempted to build an interplanetary launcher just to send them over food. See if we can dig some more food. Tachyon. Oh, guys, that just reminds me. We have a new emote, courtesy of Barb. What do we got? What do we got? So, we finally have Tack Attack. She added an illustration of Tack holding up a sign that says attack. So, yeah, that's so awesome. Thank you again for doing that, Barb. We've been wanting one of those for a while. Barb does amazing artwork. It's cute and adorable, and I love it. Leaving for gym. Enjoy the emotes and the insanity that Ani is. Thank you. Love you too. Have a good time at the gym. Killer's cooking. I mean, not cooking literally, but moving around quick. Man, keeping these guys alive is going to be a chore. If you want another idea for a new Ani run, there is a Twitch integration and viewers can vote on stuff that happens. Yeah, I've seen that. I want to do one of those for RimWorld. Was thinking about doing one for Ani. I kind of want to do the mini base. I've been checking that mod out, running, doing different roles, playing with different settings. I think I'd really like to do a mini base run. I don't think I'd do it on max difficulty though. Like, this was fun to do on max difficulty, just to see if I could do it, but I kind of feel like it's a little bit much stress. I mean, not saying I would never do another max difficulty run because I always wind up doing stupidly hard runs, but I want to do mini base. Twitch integration sounds fun too. I'd like to do that, at least a few runs, both RimWorld and Ani with Twitch integration. I would do those more for fun, more like... I wouldn't take the run super seriously. I think the goal would be to see who can survive longer, me or chat. I mean, I guess some chatters are super nice and send you good stuff, but some people it's just all about the troll, and I totally appreciate that. If I'm doing any type of Twitch integration, it's not going to be a super serious run. But I do love having some fun. Oh, I've known about it for a little while longer, Killer, but watching you do it was like, well, Killer's doing it. I might as well take a shot at it, too. Minus 15% per cycle. That ought to keep it going. Good intentions can go wrong, like if vote for ethanol is nice, except when it happens while streamer is viewing the inside of a rocket. I mean, sealed the deal for the shits and giggles. Oh, yeah, exactly. Do I not have anybody mopping as a priority? You should have... Oh, do I not have tidying up ticked for you? Put that at that level. Alright, he found some muck root. That's good. Yeah, let's get that all mopped up. For anybody who doesn't know, these little cracked blocks means there's a buried object. It could be anything from an animal to a seed to some food. So right now we're digging to the cracked blocks to see if we've got any muckroot or anything that we could unearth that might help us food-wise. There's some Drecos that we've been ranching kind of half-assedly. Thank you for lurking, me48. Appreciate that. So we might have to murder some Drecos for food to get off the world. We've got some wild Drecos we might nuke over here. There's a hatch running around somewhere we might eat. Oh, yeah. So they can be literally anything. They could be seeds, they could be food, well, not anything. But they could be many, many different things. So always worth digging them up. If you watch me play early game, a lot of times I focus on digging to the cracks. Is there a reason Catalina's not cooking? Why are you not cooking, Catalina? Insufficient resources. I don't understand. We have 3,200 calories of meat. Huh. Okay. Hidden stuff changes for each biome. Yeah, there you go. Guess we don't have quite enough meat. There's some muckroot. That's good. I'm about to, I thought Twitch froze on me making me have to restart, but you weren't talking. Oh, sorry. Focusing a little bit, getting way down in calories, and all of our pickled meal that we brought with us is about to expire. So now we're on to this this spot where we gotta grind some calories out before we can leave, because we don't have quite enough of the things we're looking for. Yeah, just kind of doing what we got to do here. I guess we should check in on the main planet. Although this place has been relatively stable. Hydrogen vent's been going off, which is good. Normally, like, that much heat injected into a base is scary as shit, but in our base, we like it. So there's 10 tons of crude oil there. We did the math last time. I think we need 20 tons. We might... We might get a little bit more than 20 tons, just so our margin is not as close. Seeds everywhere. Can we just get some actual food? I mean, it's a 1.5 day trip back, so as long as we have everything we need, as long as we have enough calories for like 2 or 3 days for them, we'll be okay. But getting to that point is going to take a little bit of work here, given our situation. In fact, let's overplant. It's not like they got anything else to do here. There are a few eggs. Yeah, we might crack some eggs. Let's do hatch eggs. Like, we literally don't need anything. We won't crack the Dreco eggs, because, you know. Combat is fine. They're going to kill the hatch. They eat 2,000 a day. There's 2 of them. That's 4,000. That means when we launch, we need at least 8,000 calories. So we're going to be here for at least a few more cycles to get the rest of that crude. New printables. Calories? Larva. Ooh. Well, I mean, you guys are cramped, so you're gonna die. I know the Slickster will probably poop oil all over the place, but that's fine with me. Just in case we need it later. This is definitely one of the more messy playthroughs I've ever done. Probably the messiest, because we're going for a specific goal. Usually my goal is very simple. Make the most stable, badass, tame everything type of base you can possibly make. So this is not how I would be approaching a base on a normal playthrough. But we have a specific goal. Build a monument in under a month. On max difficulty with a frozen planet start and no teleporters. I'm quite proud of how far we got so far. I honestly thought at a certain point, like, well, if we get close, it's good enough. But I think we might actually be able to do it. We got today and 3 more days left in the month. We don't have any other games going for our playthroughs, so we can devote the next counting today, the next 4 days to getting this done. I think if we can get these 2 dupes home in one piece with the materials, I don't think it'll be a problem. So then we could just start focusing on getting everything up over here. I am not the best at focusing on multiple planets, so I'm going to do my best over here, but I think all in all, I'm probably going to wind up just focusing on the second planet, microing it, and letting this planet be, and then when we get home, we'll just dive hard into the deep end over here. So, like I said, if we can get our dupes fed and back on the rocket with all the materials and back home today, that would be top tier in my opinion. Oh, we need that on. I'd build an auto sweeper, but we didn't bring a mechatronics engineer, so. And the door crusher looks like it could definitely go back on for a bit. Let's minimize our power draws. And let's just hook up another generator. I hooked this up, but oh my god. Sometimes I wonder where my head is at. I never actually freaking hooked up the battery. I think I built the automation, but never actually hooked the wires up. Yep, I'm a smart one, I swear to God. What a good second trait trade to skill into once you got all the research nodes. Oh, you mean for your researcher? I usually put my researcher to second in operating. In general. But it kind of depends on what you need and what their passions are, right? So, my standard start is based around... I mean, we added the data analysis room, but kind of picture the standard start that I do with doors here and here. And I usually wind up putting my first... This space exists because I had my first wheel and battery here. So I have my researcher working here with my wheel and battery here. And I tell the researcher to research first and then operate second. So if there's no power, they run on the wheel until the battery's full. Once the battery's full, their primary goal is to research, so they go back to researching. As soon as the power runs out, they jump back on the wheel and they do that back and forth. At the end of the game, your builders and your operators, like, everybody can benefit from being a builder and operator. I try not to take anybody who's Luddite, which means they can't do operating things, or unconstructive and whatever other bad stuff for operating and constructing. Those are kind of like straight no-nos in my book, because if you're in a playthrough long enough to get to end game, everybody is going to be building and everybody's going to be operating, except for maybe your farmers and your ranchers. But again, that also depends on how much farming and how much ranching you're doing. We're doing quite a bit of farming and ranching, so, you know, there is that. You're very welcome. Happy to help. Wait, I might have missed it. The two doors are getting rid of CO2. Yeah, so this door closes as an airlock, and then when this one closes, it deletes any gas that gets in there. They both open at the same time, and then this one closes first, trapping the O2, trapping the CO2 in there. Boom. Now the CO2 is trapped in here, can't go anywhere. This one closes and crushes it. Yeah, without power. Yeah, Tony and Barb really, Tony suggested it, and between Barb, me, and Tony, we found a good timing system. To this one, yeah, see? No air, no gases whatsoever now. Yeah, and the way I did it, there's a million ways to do it. Barb and Tony both had their way they wanted me to do it, and I wound up doing it with this. I built a timer with a buffer gate built like this. I left all of the default settings. You could tweak this to work faster or slower, whatever you want. I just set up the default settings, and it seems to be working fine, so I let it be, but... God, I wish we had berry sludge. And I use the same trick over here for airlocks. I have these on switches. Whenever I'm launching or landing the rocket, I close both of these doors. And then I open this one so that there's a vacuum here, because heat can't transfer across vacuums. So when the rocket lands and heats everything up in here, it'll heat up this door, but nothing will transfer through to the ethanol here, because ethanol boils at a low temperature. We have it in here because this was a frozen map, so everything outside our core base that we're not actively heating up is still pretty damn cold. So ethanol is the only thing that we're going to be able to liquid lock with that's not going to freeze at the moment. And I wanted to liquid lock over here because we've got this open to space. And yeah, we're playing slow because you could add light to the bristle blossoms in the reserve if you are still short of food. I think we'll be fine once the rest of this mealwood starts coming in. We've got some wild mealwood. The bristle blossom grows a little bit with the shine bugs running around. But on max difficulty, 10 mealwood should supply each dupe. And I just put down, there's 20 here, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. There's 28. So that plus whatever meat we have, they should be all right. Like I said, we only need about 6 or 8,000. We'd probably be good to stick like 8,000 calories on the rocket at the last minute and launch. Once we're ready to launch, once everything's loaded up, we'll murder all the Drecos, cook them, throw the food on the rocket, and head home. Something like that. And then once we get everybody home, we'll focus down on production. The things I learned that are so easy while doing stuff wrong for hundreds of hours. I love this. Yeah, bohob, yeah. I think that's the great thing about Ani. There's no right or wrong way. There's just different ways. Like, and then there's like, I feel like with every game, once you get to a certain level of understanding with it, whether it's Ani, RimWorld, Minecraft, you can kind of like BS some of the early game stuff and try to skip steps. It's not always the best way to play and often winds up coming back to bite you in the ass if you're an early, like a newer player. But I love skipping steps if I can. You know, it's like, ooh, what can I get away with? You know? If we were actually trying to live here, I'd have like 3, 4, 5 dupes over here already doing stuff. This is we're running as shorthanded as humanly possible, just so we don't have to think too hard. But we'll see how that goes. Killer, go get that overpressure issue. Oh, you're pooping. Fair enough. Poop all you want. Could murder those slicksters as well. They are good eating. Oh, the ones over here? Yeah, but then we'd have to dig to them. It's so funny because playing RimWorld and playing Ani, like there's so much from each game that you wish was on the other games. Like I really want to be able to click one of them and just say go deal with this overpressured oil well, instead of having to manage priorities. And then on RimWorld, there's like I wish I could set like priorities on specific buildings. And then on this game, RimWorld allows you to set like specific people, like only this person can work at this building type of thing. So there's a lot of things in both games I think the others could benefit from. I'm sure there's mods to do all of it, right? So I'm not currently using any mods. I keep saying I'm going to install more because I've installed a few but never activated them. Like even the most basic quality of life ones, like better info cards. I really should just install better info cards because I always do shit where I'm like, oh, put everything in the base right here. And it's like, well, how many things are actually on that tile? Can't really tell, but better info cards would like spread it out so you could see. But, you know, I'm worried that if I start modding, it'll just get out of control. All right, let's speed this up just a little bit here. We'll have to keep an eye on the temperature over here because this thing does get a little toasty, but we could always link up other parts of our loop to cool it back down if we need to. I never could understand why it is so bad with the cards. They think they could have done something about that. Yeah, I feel like that's something that I don't know, maybe so what I've found about games like this is that like stuff like that I feel like they don't fix because everybody knows about the mods, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, why pay our people to program a fix for it when we can just let the mod community take care of it, you know? Which is, you know, kind of a lazy way to go about development, but people who make video games make their money off of video games, so you got to kind of, you know, at the end of the day, they got to make the money to pay the bills, and so they're going to put money into things that are going to sell more copies of the game before they put money into quality of life improvements. But given that these guys have done so many quality of life improvements over the last few updates, I know they're way better than most of the developers about that stuff. Yeah. The snip tool's integrated. I find that Clay is way better about that than a lot of other developers. I'm not trying to talk shit about Clay because they do a better job of quality of life upgrades and updates than many other companies do. So I will definitely give them that. For a brief moment, Killer, let's get you operating first and get you in there. Once he fixes the overpressure issue, we'll get him back doing farming and other shit. A lot of micromanaging of priorities on this planet. The tickled toesies definitely helps. Thank you again to Tony out there. That much appreciated. I always think about stuff like that, like in passing, but then I'm like, I'm fine. I don't need to integrate it. People tend to purchase pretty looking games, so that tends to be development priority. Then devs might fix the rest of the bugs. Yeah. Like, I played Ark Survival Evolved a long time, and they were always adding new dinos, adding new levels, and it's like there were so many of us who were like, could you just fix the glitches with the gun? Like, the long neck rifle has a long-standing glitch with reloading. Could you just fix that, please? Like, it's a core piece of the game. Everybody uses a long neck for tranquilizer darts. Like, you use that thing through the entire game nonstop. Could you, like, and they just focused on putting new dinos and stuff in the game, so. Well, if everything's a 9, nothing's a 9, but yeah, I don't pretend to think it's an easy job being a dev. Like, devs get a lot of shit from everybody, so I'm going to try not to be too shitty about it. Think like a dev. Always think like a dev. All right, I'm going to take nutrient bars off their menu, because I want those for the trip home. Well, they already ate them all. Take muckroot off there, too. Catalina, are you bringing coal to the generator? No, of course not. God, I should just flatten their resources. Or flatten their priorities at this point. And when the game is working fine, you don't get much positive feedback, but when it does not, then you get... Yes, exactly. Considering this game has the core and the one DLC, and there's no subscription cost, they give us quite a bit of stuff. A lot of bang for your buck. We've got 15 tons of crude. Now, I know we did the math and said 20 tons is what we need, but I'm tempted to grab 25. Just because at this point we're here for the whole thing, right? Like, this stuff is 12%. Yeah, that stuff's gonna rot no matter what we do. So since we gotta get the food here, we might as well take the time to get a little bit of extra. Quick question about the doors that completely takes the CO2 off the map. What are the doors you're using? Mechanized airlocks. All right, we're crushing oxygen now. Let's chop those. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help if I can. We'll print the ethanol back here. I'm not even looking at dupes. We're not taking on any more dupes for this playthrough. 11 is fine for our goals. Ooh, I still have coffee left. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, so yesterday I spent a lot of time scheduling my YouTube content. I will be uploading this entire playthrough in full VOD format. So if you guys are interested in checking it out from the beginning, I'll put a link up to all of my my YouTube and my Discord stuff. About to get another cup. Excellent. I'm almost done with my third cup, so you guys know how I roll. But yeah, if anybody does want to check it out from the beginning, I'll be posting it. The first one will go up Wednesday, I think is where I scheduled it, and I have it set to go out twice a week with the VODs, just to not overwhelm the YouTube crowd. I'm also uploading the VODs of my very long RimWorld playthrough, where we did all of the endings on 500%. Losing is fun. Use doors for permanent build. Add an AND gate and gas element sensor to stop doors when it... Yeah, exactly. I'm not worried about making anything over here permanent, but exactly what Tony said. You can just totally put a sensor, and as soon as, like, oxygen gets down to this level, then, like, it closes the doors and doesn't pay attention to the timers. I love the logic gates in this. It's so freaking cool. So much more intuitive and, like, powerful than Minecraft Redstone. Which, I like Minecraft Redstone a lot, but I tend to be good enough to... Like, I understand enough about Redstone that if I look at a complicated machine, I can build it pretty much no problem from a tutorial or screen caps, and then if I need to make adjustments, I can make adjustments. I don't know enough to make a really badass, complicated Redstone machine from my brain. I never could understand Minecraft Redstone. Without YouTube videos, I could not have built one. Yeah. I did a couple of things with Redstone, have a couple of tutorials on stuff I figured out, but most of my Redstone stuff is like, oh, this person did this, and this person did that, and this person did that, and this person did that, and if I do this, I can put all four of them together into a single system. So, like, I can combine other people's stuff into an integrated system to use, but coming up with stuff from scratch... even if I can do it, often it winds up being, like, very, very inefficient. Like, you know, like, it would take me, like, 30 tiles of space to have, like, and someone who actually knows Redstone, they would do it in, like, 5 tiles of space type of thing. Right, it says 0 on the diamond because they haven't delivered the suit. Good, combat. Kill that thing and cook it for dinner. Here, I'm going to do this. This one can crush eggshell to lime. I don't think we're actually going to get... I don't think we're actually going to get too much crushing done here. We're going to wind up having to put most of the fossil on the ship raw. Crush it when we get home. All right, we've got 11,000 calories of muckroot and 9,000 of reasonably fresh pickled meal. So I think we'll be able to get these guys home. Yeah, I think I want to grab 25 tons of crude. I know we said 20 is plenty with a buffer, but let's get an extra 5 tons. It's not like it's going to take us much more than a few more minutes to get all of that sorted, so... I totally forgot how much fossil we need, but I do remember it was basically everything we have on this map, so... So yeah, guys, I've been mentioning it a lot. I'll probably keep mentioning it this week. Next Monday, a week from today, I'm going in for some major surgery. They have to reconstruct my entire abdominal wall and reconnect some of my plumbing inside, so to speak. And so next week, I'm not planning on being on at all next week. I'm not sure how long I'm going to have to stay in the hospital. I'm assuming it's going to be somewhere between 3 and 7 days because that tends to be how long I'm in the hospital usually. The last time I was going through my surgeries, though, COVID was still around, so they were kind of trying to push you out of the hospital as quick as possible for the sake of safety and having the extra beds for everybody. So I'm guessing I'm going to be in there realistically probably 5 days, which is all of next week. With any hope, I'll be out by the weekend. I will have my phone with me. I don't have a laptop, so I can't really play games, but I'll keep everybody updated on Discord with the situation. So next week is going to be a week off for surgery. After that, it's probably going to take me a little bit of time to get back to full swing. We might start doing, I might have to ease back into it, doing shorter streams and stuff. As such, I'm probably not even going to get to play the December monthly seed, but I will make sure to post one in the community monthly seed section of Ani, so that if any of you guys want to play it, I would love to see you guys do the playthroughs and post in the chat so I can take a look and live vicariously through you guys. So when I get back from my surgery, we're going to be getting into new Ani playthroughs. We're going to be getting into new RimWorld playthroughs. We're going to be doing a lot of different stuff. I recently purchased Hollow Knight and the Myst bundle. Myst is a puzzle game that has 6 or 7 games that started in the 90s, and over a decade or two, they put out a lot of games. So when I was young, I played Myst, and I was terrible at it. So I want to give it a crack now that I'm an adult. And hopefully we can have some fun doing that. We probably won't be playing that as like a all-week game. That'll probably be our end-of-the-week palate cleanser on either a Friday or a Saturday. I am going to plan on streaming for the rest of the week. I'm not going to be streaming Stardew Valley anymore. You will set the rules for Ani December Seed too? Yes. And if you guys want, I'll put it on an easier map so that you guys can, the new people to the community can also get involved without having super hard, obnoxious settings. Or maybe we'll give some options. Maybe we'll have like an easy map and a hard map, like a beginner map and an experienced player map for the community. If you guys have any suggestions, please do let me know. Be happy to accommodate everyone. And like I said, I'd love to see everybody's progress, put a smile on my face while I'm recovering. And then as far as the rest of this week goes, like I said, we're going to finish this playthrough. And then once we finish this playthrough, if we still have time in the week, we might start playing Myst or probably not Hollow Knight, because I want to fully dive into that when I dive into it. So we'll probably start playing the Myst games, or we'll do some Minecraft. I've got a lot of stuff in Minecraft I want to do, both in my single player world and on our community SMP. If any of the new people want to join us and play Minecraft together, if you go over to our YouTube, there's a section for the Minecraft SMP. You just thumbs up the rules, and when you do, all of the other sections will open up, and you add your name to the whitelist section. Myself or one of the other mods will check it and make sure that you get added to the whitelist and get all the server info. It's a fun group. We have a lot of fun interactions. We build together. Sometimes we stream from that world. I've been working on getting the resources together for a time lapse I'm going to be doing of a magical spiraling tree around some crystals. Barb built a really badass wood farm on the server, so that's been very, very helpful for that. All right, we got 20 tons of crude. Let's let this one fill up, then we'll shut down our crude production. And then we'll start focusing on loading our lime and fossil up onto the building. Onto the rocket, sorry. God, for starting on an obscenely cold, difficult map, this playthrough has come along very, very nicely. So what we got going on for heat-wise over here, I'll slow it down a little. Hydrogen vents output a lot of hot stuff. 500 C hydrogen. Normally, that could scald the shit out of your dupes, but since the map has been frozen for so long, and we still have a lot of cold, we're dumping it right into our base. The heat is then transferring to everything as it floats up through to this little cap up here. And once the hydrogen gets down to these two sensors, we have an AND gate here that turns this on, and that starts pumping stuff. We do have like a cheap filter here with a shutoff and a gas sensor. So when this senses hydrogen, it opens the shutoff and it goes this way. When it doesn't, it pushes through. I don't think that the Slickster will survive in the cold. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Looks like he might already be dead. Not overly worried about it. No, that's not actually a mod, Bohab. It's screenshot mode. If you hold Alt and press S in vanilla, it gets rid of everything and you can zoom out. Then you can hit Escape or Alt S again, and it brings the display back up. I do not use mods currently. I have a few installed that I haven't activated, like the info cards one and stuff like that, but I've always played vanilla, no mods, so it's one of those things. I'm worried about opening the floodgates, right? If I start installing mods, I might end up doing a lot more modding than I should. But yeah, when I found out about that, I was very excited about the screenshot mod. Or not mod, screenshot button. Macro, whatever it's called. God, those tiles really helped with stress. But there is a camera mod that basically, like, gives you the full zoom of screenshot mode while leaving your stuff on. Like, when you see all the overlays, this is as far out as I can zoom with the overlays on. To zoom out further, I have to hit Alt-S. Then I can zoom out. Then I can bring the stuff back. And I can zoom in little at a time. But the moment I zoom all the way in, now I can only zoom back out that far. So I guess it can be annoying, but my fingers are so used to it that I'm just like, man, whatever. Oh yeah, we should definitely hook up this pump to get more air into the suits. Ah, I'm feeling pretty good. There's another set of buttons that are useful. I get them around the wrong way, but control and number sets a position and shift and same number returns to that position. Oh, that's right. I think I heard about that like when I first started. So like if I hit control 1 over here and then I go over here and I hit shift 1, it jumps back there. Oh, yeah. I think I remember somebody telling me about that like the first week I was playing Ani and I never used it. That's freaking cool. Thank you, Tony. Tony, I I'm so glad you came in here. Like you remember all the good stuff and the tidbits and ideas and like you throw out some good shit, man. I appreciate the hell out of you. I know you don't stream, but if you ever start streaming, let me know so I can shamelessly promote you, cause damn, that's awesome. Tony's good at the game, guys. If you don't know the answer, if I don't know the answer, ask Tony. Hell, if I do know the answer, ask Tony. Tony's got a million different ways to do the things that I know how to do one way. Yeah, there's a lot of hotkeys. One of these days, I'm actually going to sit down and, like, go through all of them. I was actually thinking about doing a tutorial series on the game. They're never going to actually open these doors, but... and if I do wind up doing that, I'm going to have to wind up teaching myself a bunch about it as well. Like, I'll go through all of the hotkeys and everything just so that I know the things. All right, let's speed it up again. We're not gonna get anywhere on a 1, so we're gonna try and stay to a 2 as much as possible. Main planet is pretty well kept, so God, for this kind of start, like, this space is freaking cool. I think the best way to understand the game is to teach it, and then all the little things come to the surface. Yeah, I feel like when you do tutorial stuff, you actually wind up learning a lot about the game yourself, so... I mean, I've been talking about doing it for so long that I feel bad even talking about it anymore, because it's kind of like, at this point, I feel almost like it's become a meme, like, yeah, one day I'll do a tutorial series, and 1,000 hours later I haven't done it, you know? So, maybe. I stream 6 days a week for 6 hours a day, and I have surgeries all the time, so... Ooh, let's print the larva eggs over here. God, if we were going to stay in this world long term, there's so much I would want to do. So many good stuff coming. So much good stuff coming through the printer now that we've gotten this planet up and going. Like, I'd love to fully automate this entire planet where we just have an interplanetary launcher system up here, just launching resources back, like all the oil and everything. I mean, or we could move our whole base to this planet in theory. Like, this planet has a lot more going on than the other one, but the other one does have a volcano that we could use. Does this one have a volcano? I don't even know what the vents are. Chlorine, leaky oil, natural gas, cool steam, oil reservoir, infectious polluted oxygen. Natural gas is nice. I know, they both got things going good for them, so I guess if we were going to do a long-term playthrough, I'd want to inhabit both of them relatively fully, but I have this thing, like, if I'm going to start on a planet, that's going to be my main home. You know what I mean? Another, like, a little bit more than half a ton in that. Then we're going to deconstruct that, decommission these machines over here, start loading our rocket up. Works with mining points of interest without killing dupes. Rocket with stuff and land dupes back on asteroid and leave the rocket to autopilot to the other one. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. I love that rockets can autopilot. Kind of like a taxi service, right? Put a couple of landers on one, send a few dupes over, land them on the planet, autopilot back home, just taxi back and forth. God, I love this game. I really like, before getting into RimWorld, I never played the colony genre. I mean, I noodled with Frostpunk for maybe like a dozen hours, but... so when you're in orbit, you can send down a, like a lander where your dupes get, it's kind of like an ejection pod, like they get into pod and land on the planet, and the rocket stays in space empty. And once the rocket is empty, you click a location and it autopilots back to that location. It goes very, very slow, because the better the dupe is at rocketing, the faster the rocket goes, type of thing, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tony. So, like, over here, we dropped Killer on the planet and then had him crush up enough copper so that he could build a platform. Then we autopilot dropped the rocket onto the planet. A lot of what I did in this playthrough came from help from chat. A lot of Tony. Tony gets honorable mention on every build on this. Pilot skill increases rocket speed. Yes. Okay, cool. Like, I had never used the robot lander guy. This dude. The rover. Last time I used rockets, I went straight to the one that lands the dupes, and I built a petroleum rocket with two dupe pods on it, and used that to construct a platform and start colonizing a planet. But I also waited like 200 or 300 hours before launching a rocket in that playthrough. I played on the classic style asteroids on Spaced Out on a Volcanium map. God, that was fun. 400 hours on that playthrough. It was phenomenal. Oh, there's some meat. Oh, another thing I want to check on our rocket. Is our oxalate supply still good? 17 tons. Excellent. No reason it shouldn't be, but you know, things to check. Delicious coffee. Delicious, life-giving coffee. We don't need this on at the moment. Waste of power. All these things can be automated that I'm manually screwing with, but this is just kind of a whore planet. We're taking what we need and getting the hell out of Dodge. So we're going to get this. We got like less than half a ton that I want to get into here, and then we're leaving. Being goal-oriented, the rocket has to make it. If dupes survive the trip, that is a bonus. Yeah. Yeah. There's also like I forget what it's called. Tony, you probably know the name. Where basically you get into orbit and you self-destruct the rockets and the dupes come down on parachutes and all of the resources from the rocket drop on the top. So if you want to colonize a planet, you could just load the rocket full of resources, and as long as you don't have to get back off the planet anytime soon, you can just drop down and bam, you've got everything you need just from the explosion. I know Flower does that a lot on their playthroughs. Barb, welcome back. We are almost at our goals. We're grabbing a little bit of extra crude to bring with us just in case. Thank you for the stretch. Oh. Oh. I've never used that option. I didn't think they survive self-destructing. Yeah. I watched Francis do it. A lot of what I learned from watching Francis John. Then I've also watched a little bit of Echo Ridge, Two Legit City, Nilaus, and Brothgar. There's probably a few other ones that I'm forgetting. There are a lot of really good Ani creators. And like I was saying earlier, anybody who plays Ani tends to be a really helpful person. I guess that is one way to go, but the rocket's materials are spread over the top of the asteroid, similar to the orbital cargo module. Yeah. I mean, it all depends on your playstyle, right? I don't picture myself ever doing that. But if you've got enough materials for like a full set of Atmos suits, and you can you manually equip your dupes with an Atmos suit before you self-destruct, and then you grab a few resources and quickly do an Atmos suit thing. Like, let's say you send a rover first, set up a basic base, send over a rocket, self-destruct it with some dupes. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it. I don't think I would actually do it that way, but I could see why some people would. Okay, let's snip this whole situation. I want to deconstruct this guy because it's made of steel, so high priority deconstruct. We're going to deconstruct this guy. That'll get us up to 25 tons of crude, which is going to take them forever to move to the rocket. Okay, so this guy up here. Let's get that steel in here. Let's put this on a 5. Steel and lime can go in there. Let's set that to 3K and then grab... Actually, it's got to stay at full. Let's, what is it? I forget what diamond is under every time. Where the oil wells made of steel? No. The oil wells were made of lead. Because even made of lead, their overheat temperature is 1980 because of the nature of the oil wells. Just the pump was made of lead because we didn't have any gold amalgam. I'd have made it out of gold amalgam. If we had gold amalgam, I would have done that. But anything else we would have made it out of would have overheated most likely. Yeah, we're just barely hitting 75, but it would have hit 75 for sure. Just enough to fuck it up, right? All right, so let's take a pause for a minute here, right? Let's downtick a lot of stuff here. Let's not worry about farming or cooking right now. We've got enough calories. Or ranching. Let's uptick Catalina on... Actually, we'll leave life support there. We'll uptick supplying and storing. Same thing on killer. That way we can get this rocket loaded. I'll leave him with digging and building upticked because we don't really have anything queued up for that. She'll take care of life support. If we got to put someone back on cooking, we will. Let's check our priorities across the board. I think the next thing I gotta grind, Barb, is glass. I think. Because we have all the wood I need for the project I'm doing. Glass... We've got plenty of shroom lights. Yeah, that would be the last thing I need. Unless we already have glass. I think I have some. There's a text search if you forget what category. Yeah. I know about the text search, but my brain's like, you got this. You got it. You know where it is. You know where it is. It's like that. Like, I like to do things the hard way. Oh shit! I don't want them to take the steel from in here. Discord link on your Twitch did not work for me, only on the one in chat. Do you know about this? I swear we tested that last night. What do you mean on Twitch? Like in a description on Twitch? Or... Yeah, I thought so too, Barb. But maybe... In the About tab? Hang on. We tested that last night, because Tony did mention that. Let me look at that right now. So... I'll even share my main screen. So if I share my main screen and I click the Discord... Discord launch app, continue to Discord. There, I'm on the server. Is it this one, maybe? Ah, that's the one. That's the one. Okay, this one. Okay, I know which one to fix then, guys. It's the one up here. Sorry about that. I thought it was the one down here with the card. You know what? Let's take the steel out of there. Getting echoes? Oh, that's probably because I had the Twitch open for just a second. But I did just close it, so let me know if that continues. It shouldn't. Thank you, Barb. You're the best. That crude is going to heat up our module, so we'll have to do that last. Okay. We'll get this going faster in a second. I just want to check back on our main planet over here. We got 14.5 tons of oxalate. God, thank you again, Barb, for suggesting this oxalate catching tray. The echo is me having two tabs. Oh, okay, fair enough. It is going to take these guys quite a long time to get everything loaded onto the rocket. I mean, it's pretty chill in here, so we should be reasonably okay. Ooh, not that planet. Beard stroke time! God, I love the emotes you've done for me, Barb. They're amazing. The beard stroke and the tack attack is awesome. Good morning, Laz. How are you? Laz, check this out. Attack! He's such a good boy. They're okay. A lobster one? He is a good lobster. For anybody who doesn't know, we call Tack just about everything. He's a lobster, he's a hamster, he's a rhinoceros. You know what, let's not put the fossil in there just yet. Let's make sure they get the diamond in there. And I'll let Catalina go through there. Alright, we're gonna have to get her... God. Yeah, actually, let's not let Catalina in there. So now Devin is going to supply everything to those things, which is not what I want him to do. Sweetles. We are past cycle 500, I suppose. We're going to be able to get just about anything in the game printed now. I have not. I'm not good at emotes myself. I don't know if Barb knows how to animate emotes, but animated emotes are definitely cool. We'll let her finish that one, but... It's going to take us a little bit of time to get this rocket loaded up because Catalina's going to have to keep cooking. He's going to keep bringing food up there. What is this set to? A 5? Let's set this to a 5 for now. Let's let that be the last thing we load up as food. Right, Sweetney? Guys, Sweetney is here, and Sweetney does stream sometimes, so I'm going to give a shout-out. Guys, go check him out. Go give him some love. Like, follow, all that stuff. We try to support each other here on channel. And isn't it amazing, Sweetney? Oh, man. Oh. I know nobody ordered a stretch, but God, that was a good stretch right there. I really appreciate everybody. This community is just absolutely wonderful. I love the heck out of all of you guys. It's just been amazing hanging out with everybody. Tell me you're going to get diamond. Yes. The diamond is getting loaded, everybody. Let me do a little math here real quick, because if we can get another cargo module on there, we only need 250 watts, because we don't need the phone or the refrigerator plugged in for this trip, right? 60, 60, 120, 240. We can ditch another couple of these, right? 60, 60, 60... 120, 240, that would be, yeah, we can ditch, we can definitely ditch at least 2 of them. Could put battery inside as well. True, very true. Oh, also one of the things we need to do is we need to deconstruct this and this. Because we're going to put Catalina's bed where that is. Yeah, I really can't let Catalina go in here. I just can't. She's just too slow, and she's going to wear the suits out. All right, we'll see you when you get back, Barb. I'm so hungry and I know exactly what to cook. Awesome. There's a lot of stuff I want to eat. It's been a long time since I cooked Mr. Crow's Hungarian stuffed cabbages recipe. God, that stuff is good. Guys, if you like good food, we got a lot of good cooks in the community. Mr. Crow, Barb, Sudsy. I know a few things. I got one or two good meals, namely Italian food. Could drop stuff off like the fossil earlier. Trying to figure out what you mean, Tony. I'm actually Hungarian, so I know what you were talking about. Oh, awesome. Yeah, Bohab. So good. One of these days when I have enough energy and motivation, I'm going to do Mr. Crow's Hungarian stuffed cabbages, and I'm going to do Barb's brownie recipe. I've done the stuffed cabbages before. They're phenomenal. I fucked up a little bit, but even when I fucked up, I wasn't as good. I was talking to him about how to make them just a little bit spicier, too, because I like a little bit of spice in my life when it comes to food. So I might try and put some hot sauces in there. You had a bin near the suit dock, and Catalina took fossil instead of using the suit. Oh, right. So this could be set way lower type of thing. We're going to turn these off. The family stuffed cabbage is usually holiday food. Oh, okay. Well, then it's the right season for me to get on it, isn't it? Okay, we're almost done loading the diamond. We've loaded all of the lime. We've got 14.6 tons of fossil left. Some of it's going to have to go inside the rocket, which means the rocket's going to get heated up, but I don't think there's any way we can avoid that at this point. So we'll put as much of it into the orbital supply modules as possible, then we'll dump the rest of it into the cabin as is, and we'll go from there. Maybe we'll actually slap in a couple of ice temp shift plates in the rocket right where we're storing stuff. Just to make sure it doesn't get way too hot when we get up into space. I'm pretty damn excited about this, guys. Let's go back and check. I keep forgetting that we have a home planet, pretty much. Nice. Looking good over here. Looking real good. Dormancy in 46 cycles. How's our sand going? 6.3 ton, regolith 2 tons. Okay, so we got like 8 tons of filtration medium. I'm okay with that. We can crush up the rest of the sedimentary. You could build something with fossil inside rocket, then temp drop, but that is fiddly. Yeah. That's a good point. That's why I love doing different styles of playthrough, and that's why I love the Ani community. Everybody plays this game a little bit different. Everybody has good ideas. Like, I learned so much. I would not know half of the stuff that I know about this game if it hadn't been for streaming it and chatting with you guys. Tony, you've been an invaluable wealth of knowledge on this game. I know I said it already, but I do really appreciate you coming in and sharing all your information and thoughts and all that stuff. But good luck going forward, and I wish warm weather and tickled tootsies for everyone. All right, you too, Bohop. Thank you for stopping in. Much appreciated. Is this where fossil is? Yeah, let's get the fossil on here. As much fossil as we can. And what we'll do is before we take off, we'll do a quick double check on the math. I should have written it all down, but of course I didn't because, you know, reasons. Done with food. Damn. Like my mom would say, did you inhale that shit? Oh, I'm out of coffee. Sad moment. Another trick is to change order of modules so the empty module is lower down the rocket, less travel time. Busting out all the tricks. I love it. Thank you, Tony. Like, I know a lot of streamers are like, oh, I hate backseating, but, like, in this game, I feel like there's no such thing as backseating. There's good ideas, you know? Oh, finished making it. You're shoving it in your face right now. Oh, oxalite meteors. Okay. You guys can't go outside during meteors. Everybody. I am going to run and take a quick restroom break. It seems about every 2 hours or so, my guts tell me I got to take a break. Inhaling it, yes. I'm going to put up the links for my buddy Bobby's sites. If you guys like the music, please click over, give him some love, because he did everything for me out of the goodness of his heart, so I try to promote him every day that we stream. I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to come back. We're going to finish loading up this rocket. We're going to get the fuck off this planet, and we're going to get into processing everything for the monument. If you need a snack, water, any of that good stuff, go snag it, and I'll see everybody back here in just a few moments. All right, everybody, I am back. Let's keep this train rolling, right? Now, we had to lock everybody in because of the meteors. That's fine. So one thing I wasn't thinking about, but is definitely a thing, we got to make sure that when we get home, we get a few batches of plastic sorted ASAP, because we got to get someone up into the air to research the monument, or make the data disks to research the monument. We've got most of the prerequisites going. We just got to get a little bit more on the environmental appreciation and then a bit more on this. So we got to focus on getting that sorted. And then once we do, there's a lot. There's a lot to get done still. So we got to get home, immediately get into processing, but then as we're processing, also build up to continue processing. Once we've got enough, then we gotta while we're doing that, we gotta retrofit the rocket for space research. And as soon as we have enough plastic, we gotta send Julie, our researcher, into space so that she can do all of the data bank production. And then we'll have her come back and finish out the research. Shouldn't take us too long to bang that out. I'm hoping that by the end of the day today, we can have the research done and have our processing plant up and running. As I say almost every day, we might go a little late in order to achieve our goals. So, you know, we'll do what we can. But I don't think that's too much to get done. We do have Catalina on farming secondary, right? So let's get that boosted up there. You know what, Devin, or Killer, we can also put you a little higher up on farming. I want you farming if you can, because we need a few more calories over here. We do not have a lot of calories. I'm not a big fan of water, if you're talking about drinking water. Mainly because most water, all I taste is the plastic, so... I love that quote. Never touch the stuff. Fish pee in it. I pee in it? No, fish pee in it. I'm actually sure the actual quote is a little bit more gross than fish peeing in it, but, you know. It's from Archer, right, Tony? Archer's funny. Alright, that's all sorted, so we can boop that. I'd like to get the glass back in there that we just, That's only 400 kilos, but... Ooh, you know what? I'm going to do a quick little music change on my end over here. I don't play music on stream because between DMCA and my tastes, I feel like there's not a lot that that would be good. Plus, I don't want to alienate anybody because I know a lot of people like different stuff. If I play metal, it's not going to be a good groove for the people that like easy listening. If I play easy listening, the people that like aggressive hip hop won't like, you know, not necessarily those specific things, but I think it's important to let everybody kind of set the tone they want. When I'm watching streams and people have music going, sometimes I have to turn the stream off because I'm like, well, this music conflicts with what my mood is. So I like to keep it just talking, and like I said, but between that and the fact that most of the music I listen to would cause problems with copyright strikes, you know. So for most of the day today, if anybody's interested, I've been listening to Andromeda, which is mostly an instrumental metal project done by a single guy, but he also does a lot of collaboration, so a lot of his more recent stuff has guest vocals on it, which are actually very good. Really enjoy Abandon. I think that song is beautiful. Great melodic vocals and great aggressive vocals. I love the cute little dupes walking around and being idiots, and then full-on metal in the background. Yep, that's me. And I just switched Andromeda out for Butcher Babies, which you could also imagine is another metal band, but not really instrumental. Very aggressive. Oh, you know what? Let me tap my air conditioner on. It's getting toasty in here. Okay. Let's get this boat on the water here. You're welcome. I mean, if anybody has any music suggestions, I'm open to a lot of stuff. I'm not really a hip-hop guy. When I say not really, I mean very much not, but I do like a lot of other stuff. I tend to get pegged as a metalhead, but I like talented and interesting music. The way I like to describe it is if you take cartoon music or circus music and throw it in a blender with a distortion pedal, I'm most likely going to enjoy it. So... Strange is good in my mind. Strange is fun. Yes, agreed. Man, Killer is killing it. Just hauling ass. Killer's such a good dupe. How are we doing over here? You know what? We could crush up the rest of the sandstone, too. I'm good with that. Oh, did you wind up naming Catalina? I feel like Barb, you asked about Catalina, right? But yeah, Catalina is up for grabs as far as dupe naming goes, so if you guys want to name them. We're getting low on food over here. Alright, there's food in here if need be. Oh, okay, okay. So I guess Barb's got dibs, everybody. I want that muck root for the trip home. Aw, thank you, Laz. Everybody is so sweet. What do you want to name Catalina, Barb? Oh, we don't have... Okay. Those are all full up, so let's get the fossil in here. We're just going to set all of these to 9 so that nothing gets pulled out of them. Name it Barb, since everyone has their dupe. I want mine too. Okay. Catalina is now Barb. Boop. Bam. There you go. Barb, you are now officially cooking and ranching at the moment, but you'll be a builder when we get home. Barb the Builder. I mean, back home we should have enough morale to have you do quite a few things. I just needed someone to actually shear the Drecos when we were here to make an Atmos suit or two. All right, 3.4 tons of fossil to load up. Yeah, we built that rocket out of all really cold material, so we got enough mass to eat whatever heat we got to dump in there. As soon as the fossil's loaded, we'll do a little bit of math, then we'll move the crude oil there. I am fairly certain we did all the math, right? I believe we mined more than enough fossil We mined definitely more than enough diamond, but it'll be nice to have a little extra diamond at our disposal. And I think we did the math to do 20 tons, but I grabbed 25 tons of crude oil, right? No, we wound up doing it at the end. Remember, Barb? Emily came in with the napkin math and was like, yeah, 20 tons should be more than enough with, you know, that would be enough of a buffer. So we're going to bring 25 tons. We could, in theory, bring back a bunch of lead, too, but I don't want to be loading this rocket for an eternity. Sorry for what? Stop saying I'm sorry. You guys keep telling me to stop saying I'm sorry. You can't say I'm sorry either. You're not allowed. All right, guys, get the rest of the fossil on the damn rocket. Cheers, cheers. We should probably skill scrub the both of you as well before we put you on the rockets. Just so the trip home doesn't result in a bunch of stress reactions. All right, we're almost unloading the fossil. I think Killer's about to grab the last of the fossil. Almost. $388.9 kilos left on the planet. Like I said, I think we harvested more than we needed. We will double check, and we've got some more available if we have to, but... God, I'm stoked right now. I want off this planet. It's too much to manage 2 planets like this. I mean, it's not if you're actually building the colonies. Like, if our goal was to stabilize this planet and make this, like, nice, and we were strip mining it and building ranches and everything, like, building the population up so that we can have a steady flow of food and, well, like, no problem. But the fact that we're trying to run on, like, minimum systems to get this done, dear God, talk about a frustrating thing. And I do apologize for the loud vehicles outside. One day I'll be able to reclaim the room across the hall as my office, but At the moment, I can't really afford to rent 2 of the rooms in this house, so, you know, it is what it is. Alright. Where you going, killer? You're 188.9. Can you get that loaded, please? Where are you going? Oh, he's bringing the larva egg over to get cracked. And there is Nightbot being a good streamer for me. If you guys want to come check out the community, the links are up there. Did you already print an arbitrary here? You did. Excellent. Alright, it looks like they got all the fossil on there. Right? Diamonds all loaded, fossils all loaded. So if we check here. Alright. Let's grab our notepad and our calculator. Let's do a little math here. Because so much of Ani is okay. So 6 tons in there. Right? 6 tons. Over here we got 5.8 tons and 230 kilos of lime. Okay. 5.1 tons of diamond and 6 data banks. That I don't have to do math on. That's twice as much diamond as we need. Which is good, because we can make a couple of temp shift plates if we need to. Okay. Then if we go inside, we've got another 8.6 tons of fossil. The rest is steel and glass. So 6 plus 5.8 plus 8.6. We've got 20.4 tons of fossil. So that's... Let me double check. I believe it's a I believe we get 10% of that as lime when we crush it. 100 kilos of fossil. No, 5 kilos. So we have 20,400 kilos. And divide that by 100. That's how many batches we have. 204 batches, right? Times 5. So we have just over a ton of lime, theoretically. Just over a ton of lime. And how much do we need for steel? 10 kilos. So divided by 10 gives us 102 batches. Times 100 kilos gives us 10.2 tons of steel. That's 11.75 with the stuff here. And if we look on here, we have... Where Where is our steel? We had steel on this planet. 5 tons of steel. So, plus 5. Oh, and then there's the 230 kilos of lime that we already have. Okay, so what was that? So... 230 kilos of lime, or 230 kilos of lime, right. And for this iron to steel, it's 10 kilos of lime, right? 230 divided by 10 is 23 times 100, that's 2.3 tons. Okay, so we have enough to make 11.75 plus 5 plus 2.3, 19.05 tons. And we need 17.5. I mean, just barely, but that's enough. Did anybody see any math that I did wrong there? Because I think that's what we're going to be able to get. I mean, that's going to barely eke us by. Do we harvest a little bit more fossil just to be sure? Just to be, like, super safe? We're not going to have time to come back here, right? Yeah, we'll spend just a little bit more time here getting this done. I mean, we've come this far. We might as well go all the way with it. Wait, that's a Sporkid. I do not want to break into the Sporkid. Let's not bring zombie spores home with us if we can avoid it. Okay. Little longer on the planet, guys. Like I said, if we can get everything packed up over here. I'd be happy. We could put the Sweetle somewhere. And they could help tend the stuff. Let's move the Drecos somewhere where they're not in a room. Just in case we need them. Actually, same thing with this hatch. Stick you over here. I mean, these guys are working hard just to keep themselves in food, so that's gonna be our bottleneck on time. Killer's gonna have to chop all this up, and we're gonna have to move it all to the rocket slowly but surely. So, but we got to keep them fed. We do have muckroot here, which isn't gonna spoil, so we've got plenty for the trip home. Yeah, cutting it that close with steel is not an ideal situation. So we will stay a little longer and get that sorted out. You know what? Let's put this on a 3 real quick. And when we've grabbed everything out of here that we need, I will probably have them load those last little bits of reed fiber up, because if we could put down a couple of pieces of carpet in the base at home, I think that would be really good, because the Tickled Tootsies has been very good for stress over here. We're at 0 stress now, and all we've done is put down a couple of pieces of carpet, so we'll do that. Yeah, guys, thank you all for being here for this. This is a really fun thing. I've never really done a challenge playthrough on this. I've never done an all achievements run. Not sure if I ever will. I mean, I feel like everybody at one point does an all achievements run on Ani. I like the challenges that we set forth for each other. Like, I love that we just kind of talked about what we were going to do for this monthly seed and ways to make it challenging and fun. Building a monument within a month sounded like a cool idea. Doing it on max difficulty sounded fun. So here we are. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes getting out of the bed is the hardest part of doing anything. I'm going to keep an eye on Killer, because I don't want him getting himself trapped down here. If we can get all this stuff loaded, get back to home, and set up a production facility today, I'd be stoked. And then tomorrow we can launch the rocket with, for the data research. It'd be nice to launch it today. If it's not possible, it's not possible. All right, another 9.9 tons of fossil. That should be plenty. We'll add fossil to this one as well. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a pretty massive, massive little industrial area. The oxymoron of it all. What do you guys want to play for next month? Like I said, I'm gonna be in the hospital a lot, so I doubt I'll be able to get much, if any, time on next month's community playthrough. Looks great, Tony. Just checked it a moment ago. 15 degrees. Decided to mine just a little bit more fossil because we did the math and it's like just about 19 tons of steel worth of stuff that we're going to be able to do. So I was like, it's cutting it a little close. We need 17.5 for the monument. And I'd like to have a little bit to use for aqua tuners and stuff like that for our little production area. So we're gonna overpack a little bit. Like I said, if we need to, we'll slap an ice temp shift plate in there right before takeoff. Let me make some adjustments to priorities here. So, Barb is cooking and farming first, right? So, like, if I put this on a 6, and these are on a 5, then that should be fine. And this is not cooking anything. Then if I go in here, that's set on a 7. So now Killer should deliver to these first before delivering meat, so Catalina can do all of that on her own. Or Barb can do all of that on her own. Okay. We're getting there. And let's stop the door crushers. They've done their job for now. There you go. There you go, Killer. Getting the fossil going. Damn, you're doing the same thing with Barb. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You know, when I first started playing the game and people were renaming dupes, it was easy for me to stay on top of. But now that I've logged so many hours, I'm used to the way the dupes look. Like, when I didn't know how they looked, it was like I couldn't even remember what name to call them. like I would look at them and be like, I don't know if that's a Devin or Nicola or whatever. And now I know them by sight so well that like it's just who they are in my brain. So I'm trying real hard here. Where did that water come from? That's not good, because that hasn't been a thing. Oh, some ice probably melted, because we did print ice. Yep. Right? Yeah. Well, there you go. God, I want another cup of coffee so bad, but I know my body well enough to know that's a bad idea. I won't. Wanting another cup of coffee and getting another cup of coffee is a very different thing. Killer's doing a killer job loading up the extra fossil. Yes. Agreed. There's something very satisfying about knowing that we're just going to leave a shell of a base here. Just like the foot stamp of us coming in and just stripping what we needed. Like a ghost town, right? Like Old West style, come in, mine all the gold, and then leave the town there in ruins. I'm lucky I can have coffee and fall asleep after the Drecos survived. Yeah, the Drecos in here, I moved them so that they weren't cramped. I can have coffee and go to sleep too, Tony. The thing is, if I have more than 3 cups, my stomach starts to get real wonky. Like, painfully wonky. So I've got like a hard limit of 3 cups. And, you know, just to fill everybody in, when I make a cup of coffee, I take espresso grinds and I make it super strong. Right? See, the other thing about this process is, like, since we're only using this cold water to run into our refinery, we're not processing fast enough. That's why we need to get, like, an actual refinement thing going on over here. And anybody who can afford to be on operating is gonna be on operating. Yeah, because we've got plenty of iron ore. We just need to process it into iron. Actually, we've got 68.5 tons. Do we need to process it? How much iron does it take? Oh no, we're fine. In fact, let's just process the steel. I need to give up on the Minecraft idea. My bed feels way too comfy. Sleep! Don't you worry about getting on Minecraft. If you need sleep, you need sleep. Listen, like you always tell me, listen to your body. All right, we'll get the it says 0, so I think killer's loading up the last of the fossil. Then we're going to skill scrub killer. Oh no. We'll move the crude, skill scrub killer, skill scrub barb, and then put them both on the rocket and get them the hell out of here. Okay, fossil is loaded. Diamond is loaded. Do you have any suggestions about learning RimWorld? That's a good question. A lot like Ani, your priorities matter. Kill a jam or steam stretch. Let's do it. Posture check and hydrate. Thank you, Killer. The triple threat over here. I would say for RimWorld, just like with Ani, my suggestion would be to start slow. Like, don't go right to like losing is fun, 500% threat scaling. You know, start on an easy difficulty. Zones are very important. That's what keeps your people where they need to be, and you got to make the decision early on. Like kill boxes can be very overpowered, but there is some controversy over whether kill boxes are like, I don't want to say fair, but cheesy. So I used kill boxes in pretty much all of my playthroughs, including the most recent one. When I moved colonies, though, after my first colony on the most recent playthrough, I didn't use kill boxes after that, but I did use kill boxes to get to the point where my people were OP enough to not do it. Yeah, the combat mechanics are interesting. If you're going to use kill boxes, you know, you can use different weapons. If you're not going to use kill boxes, you got to learn about kiting. The combat kind of falls somewhere in between a tactics game and an RTS game. It's not quite like playing StarCraft, and it's not quite like playing Final Fantasy Tactics. It's somewhere in the middle. I'm trying to get better at the tactics. One of the things that's important on the harder difficulties is wealth management. If you so the way raids work, the way threats work in that game is the more wealth you have, the more raid points the storyteller has to throw at you, capping out at 10,000 raid points. Now on the lower difficulties, you can get up to 1 million, 2 million, something like that, and before you get to the cap of 10,000 raid points. On losing is fun with the threat scaled to 500%, which is what I play on now after, 1,300 hours of playing. When you get to 250,000, you're at raid cap. And there's some ins and outs of all of that, but like, let's say you're doing food, right? And you're like, oh shit, I've got a freezer, I've got all the hands to do all the thing, and you stockpile like a year's worth of food. The problem with that is that food counts towards your wealth. So much like Ani, learning how to like make what you need and not more is important. There's certain points you get to. Once you get past raid cap, though, you can ignore wealth. It's like, okay, they can send the maximum threat at me, so it doesn't matter what I do. At that point, you make freezers, you make all of the nicest stuff to make stuff beautiful. Room bonuses are very important in that game, and one of the more overpowered ways to make use of that is to play with a barracks. With a barracks, you wind up with a sleeping debuff, right? Like, you can get -3 as they can get disturbed sleep up to 3 times. After that, they could be disturbed 100 times. It'll still cap out as at a -3. But you can make that one room extremely impressive, and they'll get a bonus for extremely impressive bedroom, extremely impressive recreation room, and extremely impressive dining room. So it's a major net positive, like 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 net positive. So barracks are very strong. Kill boxes are very helpful early game. They don't deal with everything, because there's like breach raids and drop pod raids that aren't going to go, and sappers that aren't going to go to your kill box. But those also have debuffs to the raid points. Like, the largest breach raid you can get is 5,000 points, because it takes to 10,000 and then does a 0.5 multiplier. I would say, like most things, watch people that are really good at it. Watch Adam versus Everything. Watch Francis's playthrough. Both very different. I don't like Francis's current RimWorld playthrough. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't like it, but I don't like it as much as his older ones. His older ones, I feel like, were more informative and more in the style of like vanilla. His new ones are more modded, and I'm not so much of a modded guy. And that's the other thing. Just like Ani, anything you can think of, there is a mod for in RimWorld. So, what other room can I put these guys in? Let's put one down here. Set up an alarm. I might go take a nap since you insist. Yes, go take care of your body. Is it a watch others first, then play later game? I did, Tony. I watched that. I watched a lot of hours of that game before I played. Same thing with this. Same thing with Ani. I probably watched close to like 500 hours of Ani before I even started to try and play. So, RimWorld, you can definitely benefit from it, but there is a certain amount of fun in doing a blind playthrough. And if you ever feel like hanging in Discord, like if you get RimWorld and you like want advice as you go or something, I'd be happy to hang in a voice chat or answer messages if you have any questions. A lot of people here also play that game, so always happy to help where we can. Trying to think. Much like Ani, your passions matter. It's called interests in Ani. It's called passions in RimWorld. Like, you can't get more passions. You can always level up skills, but you can't get more passions. So when you're choosing your initial pawns, it's good to look and see if you've got passions across the board. Keep an eye on food poisoning. You need a level... I think we figured out... So I think Killer looked it up. At level 4 of cooking, there's like a 2 or 6%. It's reasonably safe, but once you get to a level 6 cooking, it drops down to like less than a % chance of food poisoning from the cook. There are other things that can cause it. Be selective. Be selective, just like in Ani. Like, early game, the game has a population intent. So the fewer colonists you have, the more opportunities to recruit new people the game's going to throw at you until you get to the population intent number, which I think is around 12 in vanilla on most settings. So once you have like 10 to 12 colonists, the amount of offers for free colonists to join your group is going to plummet to almost nothing. So early game, if you see something, you're like, I don't know, they're kind of okay, but they have this bad trait, or they're like, they're good, but they don't have any of the skills I need for the colony, don't take them. Be selective. And always be thinking tactically. Like I said about the food, if you've got a fuck ton of food, but not a lot of guns, trade your food for guns. Same thing, like, trade your textiles for armor. Like, I call it converting general wealth into tactical wealth. Adam says get wealth that defends itself. Like a pawn is worth a lot of money, but a pawn is another person to hold a gun. And again, you know, a gun might be an expensive investment compared to like growing cotton and drugs and stuff like that, but that gun also makes your colonists better at protecting themselves. So always be thinking, the combat is definitely something that takes getting used to if you're coming from a game like Ani. All right, it's taken a while to get this crude loaded up. Thank you for lurking, Barb. Yeah, going to a 3 is a little scary, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna keep this train moving. And Tony, I don't know if it'll help, but I uploaded my entire last playthrough to YouTube. So if you want to take a look at how I started, I've gotten a lot better at my starts since then. Just kind of playing some stuff offline and whatnot. So, but there is some good stuff in there, and I do talk a lot about why I'm doing the things I'm doing, so... not that I'm as good as Adam or Francis, but you know, if you want to see someone who's been growing steadily and isn't one of those top tier madmen, my stuff's up there on the YouTube. Oh, yes. And guys, I do apologize. They move liquids a lot slower, it looks like. So once we get the rest of this crude loaded up, we'll get going. The crude itself is pretty toasty, but we got a lot of chill in here to eat it, so we should be fine. Which is good, because it's just about getting hot enough for our crops to start getting stifled up here. So we want a GTFO ASAP. That was a lot of abbreviation right there. God, I love this playthrough, guys. It's nice to have an end goal in mind when you're starting. And it kind of broke down like... What was it? Week 1 and a good chunk of week 2 was all about stabilizing the base. And I'd say the end of week 2 was prepping to get ready for space. Week 3, which was last week, we spent a lot of time getting into space, exploring, and then getting our people over here and getting this planet to a point where we could actually farm the stuff we need. Now we're in week 4. We're finishing up getting our resources sorted and heading back to the main planet to do all of our processing. I think that laid out pretty nice. Doing this, I learned a lot about being on cold planets, learned a lot about playing on max difficulty, learned a lot about how to make the most out of the least when it comes to building rocket interiors. There were a lot of good lessons to take on to the next playthrough. And that's another piece of advice that I think is generally good for both RimWorld and Ani. You got to understand you're going to lose colonies. I recommend playing RimWorld on commitment mode. I mean, it is good to play it with saves so you can go back and test scenarios, be like, okay, I don't know how to deal with this raid. Let me try this position, that position. But once you start to get reasonably comfortable with it, I like to play on commitment mode because when your colony dies, it's like, okay, colony is dead. Let me take what I learned and start again and, you know, get another, see what I can apply. Because it's not as hard to untie the knots In Ani, once you get like a whole tangled mess of pipes and gas vents and all that stuff going, it can be easier to start over than it can be to fix the knots. RimWorld, I think there's a lot less going on as far as that because there aren't like so many different layers of overlays. But at the same time, in RimWorld, you don't get full resources back. If it costs 5 to build a wall, there's some RNG to it, but you might only get 2 to 3 blocks back when you deconstruct the wall. So there are ways to get to renewable resources like deep drills. Deep drilling is very important. But again, you know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You're also not fighting temperature as much because your crops really don't care about temperature. And your people don't care about it till it gets extreme. You can get heat stroke and hypothermia, but it's a lot easier to deal with. You put a parka on someone who's cold, you put a duster and a cowboy hat on someone who's hot, and there are AC units, but it's not like Ani where you're perpetually creating. I don't think any of the buildings even create heat. It's just an environmental thing, so you trade environmental hazards for combat hazards, essentially. God, I love that game, though. I've been testing my ability to do a start with no kill boxes and no traps. Trap tunnels are another good thing to run. Almost everybody starts out with a small trap tunnel in their base. And there's a couple of different ways to do it. I'm trying to do a playthrough as my next playthrough with no trap tunnels and no kill boxes. And I'm also trying to do it with the crash landed start because there's different meditation styles in RimWorld. If you have natural meditation, you can use the anima tree that's on the map to meditate and get psycasters, which are basically your mages. And they are super powerful. So it can be a lot harder to do crash landed because you can't just go straight into psycasting. You got to wait till you recruit someone who has natural meditation, or you got to bring them up the royalty chain, which adds all sorts of requirements because then they have higher expectations and greater needs for beauty and wealth and all that. Okay. We've got everything loaded up. Combat looks daunting, but I have like 14,000 hours Factorio and 3,000 Ani, so time for a new challenge and game is on special. Oh, it's on special? Guys, go buy it. RimWorld never goes on special. Like, never. So if it's on special, go get it. For sure. Great game. Alright, we've got 25 tons of crude. I don't know why it's not on our list here. I added it to the list, right? There it is. 20% off. That's as good as it's going to get on sales for RimWorld. Yeah, Tony, if you're looking for the most exploitive kill box, you're looking for the Singularity. Adam vs. Everything does a tutorial on it, and that's best with chain shotguns. If you're not trying to do exploitive kill boxes, I would recommend going into assault rifles. Squiddy, raiding with the party of 8. How the heck are you, Squiddy? Let's do a shout out for our good friend Squiddy over here. Guys, Squiddy does a lot of stuff. Used to be just a Phantom Forces streamer, but has recently come to the dark side and does variety. What were you streaming today, Squiddy? I didn't get a chance to pop in. I'm sorry, haven't been quite around as much. Yeah, I love Royalty and Ideology. Honestly, I feel like all the DLCs for RimWorld are an essential thing, but PF today, how went the murder? Did you get all the headshots and 360 no scopes? Murder went awesome. Excellent. Okay, let's load up all the edibles in here. Oh yeah. Hey Eric, how you doing? We are just about to wrap up this second planet here. We kind of came here, ripped out the resources we need, just loaded them all onto the rocket. As soon as we can load the food and skill scrub our pilot, we're gonna head back home to our first planet, which is going surprisingly well. It's been reasonably stable and well automated, considering. And yeah, Squiddy, I'm going for my surgery on Monday, a week from today. I'm gonna be out for a week, basically. Hopefully I'll be able to come back the following week. I don't think I'll be spending more than 5 or 6 days in the hospital. You know, fingers crossed and all that jazz, but I doubt I'll be able to stream it all next week, but I'll be able to start looking into streaming again the week after, hopefully. I'm not going to push myself too hard because I think that's part of the reason I wound up being sick for so long. I've been going through this for the last 4 years, for anybody who doesn't know, but fingers crossed it'll be over after next Monday.
A wise choice.
Mr. Kless, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So for anybody who doesn't know, we're playing Oxygen Not Included. It's a cute colony builder that gets really ridiculous really fast. You've got to manage food, population, heat, air, all that stuff. Mr. Kless. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Mr. Kless. Markers. Thank you, Markers. Appreciate it. We were just talking about RimWorld. RimWorld is on sale. Really good game. I would highly recommend it. It almost never goes on sale. It's on sale for 20% off, which is pretty much as RimWorld ever goes on sale. So if you're into colony builders, would recommend going and snagging that up real quick. We finished our long-term RimWorld playthrough not too long ago. We're doing a monthly playthrough. This seed is up in our Discord for the monthly Discord community seed. I'm playing it on absurdly hard difficulty. Max difficulty, no teleporters, all that stuff. And Wanderer Radiation. Alright, so you guys need to take rad pills. And we need to build a bed for Barb. Little animation glitch. They don't show... For some reason, the animation for taking rad pills is broken, so... Alright, we got calories on board. Let's get Killer skill scrubbed first thing in the morning. And then Barb. If you guys are wondering where all the weird names come from and why we're talking about Killer and Barb, we have a point redemption for naming colonists. All the current colonists have been renamed. I don't have any intentions of bringing on more, but you never know. We got to get all these resources home and get processing if we're going to meet our goal. One of the end game win conditions is to build a great monument. So we came here to get the materials that we don't have on our home planet, and we're bringing them back to build the monument, but we do have to do a lot of processing. So as soon as we get home, we gotta set up a processing area, which I've slotted for down here. It should be interesting. So we got today plus the next 3 days to get that done. The first is on Friday. Since the month is over on Thursday, and I'll still be streaming on Friday, most likely on Saturday as well. We'll probably play one of the games I picked up this week. I think we're going to probably play Mist. Could delete one Rock Crusher and make second Scrubber, but not sure about power. We'll scrub them one at a time. It'll go quick. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate the suggestion, though. Oh, power is a problem. Alright, Killer's gonna supply that. That should be fine. That's chopped down. We're not going into there anymore. We don't need any of that on. We don't need the refrigerator on. We're not doing bad on the gas overlay. We'll get that going as soon as we get on board. We're about to do it, guys. We're about to get off this planet. Barb can get in there, and Killer can snag... Doesn't matter which one, but we'll give Killer rocket piloting. We'll double check our cargo before we take off. We did our double check on math. I'm trusting that we got the math right yesterday or Thursday, Friday, whenever the hell we did the math for Saturday. Was it Saturday? Whenever we did the math for the crude oil, I'm trusting Emily's napkin math. It's never wrong. All right, let's speed this up even more. The ant farm that is our main base is going quite well. We've got plenty of space for both both Barb and Killer to come back home. This thing's been dumping out heat, going dormant in 33 cycles. This thing is going to be up for another 19 cycles, which should be plenty of time to keep stuff rolling until we get a nice little industrial district built down here. Actually, to give ourselves a little bit more room, let's swap that in like that, and then we're going to delete that row there so we can get in more steam turbines if we need them. How are we doing on food? Not bad. So let's just grab the brine. I feel like it's more likely we're going to need extra water than extra food, although we're doing quite well on that front as well. Alright, and there is Barb scrubbed. We have zero steel on the planet, so that's all loaded up. We don't need the iron ore. We have 0 glass. We have 0 fossils, 0 diamond, and 0 crude. Now, if we come and check up here, we should have 6 tons of fossil. We did all this math, lime and fossil, data banks and diamonds. Then if we go inside, we've got fossil and glass and steel. A little bit more fossil. We've got 25 tons of crude, 17.8 tons of oxalite, and we've got 63,000 calories, which is more than enough for a 2-day trip home through space. Okay. Let's hook our pump back up. Let's set our rocket to not grounded. Let's reassign Killer here and Barb here. Let's reassign Killer here and barb here. Let's check our overlays. Great Hall washroom. Let's change our destination. We're going to go to orbit first so we can prep to land. And we're ready to go, right? Change that to crew. Let's slow this down a little bit, and they should go and get on the rocket. If anybody sees me missing anything, speak now or we fail. Well, maybe not. We could always get back into space ASAP. Okay, so we're on the rocket. We've got a pilot. We've got everything. Only data packs, but there are probably only 20 of them. Oh, no, we got the data packs. They're in here. 6 data banks. We inspected all the things that we could inspect, I think. Yeah. We didn't go down... No, we even inspected that, but we didn't dig over to it. I think we're good. So... what are the warnings? Unreachable module, unreachable storage. Not worried about that. They'll be reachable when we get home. Let's acknowledge the warning and begin the launch sequence. Goodbye, planet. I mean, it's warming up a little bit in here, but not enough to give a shit about. 1.5 cycles till they get home. Well, we're back, guys. The thing about those storage modules is that the stuff just falls straight down to rocket platform. Ooh, very nice. Okay, we got to figure out how we're going to get power down here. I'm tempted to just send a thick line straight through the base. Although we can't really do that with the doors and stuff. Although we have the line running all the way around here, why don't we just bring it down through here? What's the possible draw on that? That'll make it easier to build. Ethanol. That is true. We could get our ethanol production up a little bit. We've got 66,000 lumber, so... Alright, this is where we're going to slow down just a little bit here. We're going to alternate tiles so they can get in here, but... And this is where we're going to slow back down a little bit, guys. Because I don't want to go too crazy and accidentally build a bad industrial area, so... We have to take into account what we can and cannot do as far as power-wise. I think we should build to what we need, but be prepared to keep some stuff offline. God, it'll be nice to have Killer back on this planet. We're actually doing quite good on temp, despite the hydrogen vent dumping all this in. Okay. I'm super surprised at the number of cuddle pips we've acquired this playthrough. It wasn't even like a goal of ours to do that. What was that? Let's make sure they can eat everything. Oh yeah, I don't need to look at this planet anymore. Goodbye, Persefino. How much hydrogen do we have in here? 61.5 kilos. Yeah, we might need to up our ethanol production. Sorry guys, I'm trying to process my brain right now. So we would need 4 ethanol facilities just to get the just to get 1 petroleum generator going full time. We don't have room for it up there. All right, let's get the rocket home and unloaded. .9 cycles. So we're going to get everybody home. We're going to start laying more stuff out, and we're going to adjust our priorities to switch into processing mode. This place has been on maintenance mode, just doing whatever it needs to do. Let's actually tap that on for now. Yeah, no researchers assigned. Of course not. Yeah, you know what? Let's deconstruct the glass forge here. I gotta be honest, I'm not overly worried about the chlorine getting pumped into our chlorine project down here. We'll just stop that so we're not eating that power there. Let's see what power systems we can ditch here. Yeah, I'd say it's highly realistic that it's going to take us until the end of stream just to get the infrastructure built, and we'll spend the next day or two refining stuff and getting stuff into space. We can retool our rocket a little bit. Like, that shouldn't be a problem. We'll just have to get everything off of there. And Barb will get to see our home colony. Barb was unfrozen on planet number 2, so they've never actually gotten to see this planet. We've got a bed for them set up already, you know, because we've got extra beds here. Not the most optimal place for our second barracks, but it is what it is. Ooh, good call, Tony. Good call. How much will fit up here? Oh, is that the surface ocean for Oxalite collection? Yes. Basically, we just put a little water up here. The Oxalite comes down and, Oh, I never built this robo-miner here. How you doing, Flower? Let's give a shout-out to Flower, guys. Shout-out Flower, who is obviously another Ani player and streamer. Basically, the Oxalite drops. There's enough water that it won't off-gas. And then the robo-miners mine it. The sweepers put it on the rails. And it's kind of a BS solution, but we have the rails dropping it in our liquid lock down here. You don't need convection panels there because the miners will thermally interact with the water. Yeah, I know. We just did the things we did. It wasn't like there was no real plan, but that's a good point. I mean, we had to put them up for the stuff hanging out here. I mean, I guess there's enough atmosphere there, but all of this is just hacked together, Flower. I don't. Most of the choices here, I'm not even sure why I made the choices, and I think the Oxalite is cool enough to prevent overheat. Yeah, probably. I think it is coming in at like 20, 30 degrees, so. Yeah, absolutely. This is the most chaotic, hacked together nonsense I've ever done in a colony. We just, like, this was our second planet. We just cored out what we needed, grabbed a few things, ran off of minimal BS, used a door crusher to get rid of our carbon. I've iterated my Draco Ranch like 4 times, and each time it's the best one yet. Yeah. Draco Ranches was one of the first things I went into a debug world and started designing, and I've done some fun designs, but I went back and I was looking at it, and I was like, man, now that I actually know some things about the game, I could design a really badass Draco Ranch. And I feel like there's a few things like, do you want simple or do you want like complex but fully automated? You know, there's like that sweet spot where you've got enough automation that your dupes aren't doing too much work, but you don't have so much automation that your eyes go cross trying to look at the automation overlay. And we're playing slow right now because I'm kind of half planning as we go here. I'm not even sure how much of this is going to get built. They just added new critter buildings now just to make the life difficult. Yeah, the new critter update, definitely interesting. I started this playthrough after or before they added it, so but not that far. I know they broke Pacu ranches, which I was talking to Flower about it, and I agree, like, it was a needed nerf. Like, they were just really way too overpowered. But I haven't messed with the new buildings yet. I don't even think I researched them on this playthrough. Nope. I'll research them. I'll play with those on the next playthrough. We had specific goals, as you guys know, so... Oh, I should have had them load up the rest of the reed fiber. That was the only thing I forgot to have them do. I mean, I could slam together a quick Draco Ranch, I suppose. Just for the sake of getting some reed fiber. The changes can be totally ignored. It probably will matter a lot more in mini-base scenario where you can now probably fit more critters into a ranch the same size. Yeah. I think my next playthrough might actually be a mini base. It all depends. Like, I'm going into surgery a week from today, so I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be doing with anything at this point. I'm probably going to be out all of next week. Most likely going to be out all of next week. And then the following week, I'm not 100% sure. But a good chance the following week I'm going to be out some of it as well. And if I'm back, probably doing smaller streams for a while. But I've been looking at the mini base mod, and I think that's definitely a possibility for my next playthrough. Okay. Can we land this rocket? Doesn't look like anybody's outside. My movement's like a T-Rex. It's based on... Or my eyesight's like a T-Rex. It's based on movement. Alright, we're looking pretty good, right? Okay, let's land the rocket. Welcome home, killer. Welcome to your colony. Barb, did you bring the exosuits with you? I forgot. No, I didn't. Exosuits and reed fiber were the things I forgot to load up, but of all the things to forget to load up, I'm okay with that. Now, as soon as this lands, I'm going to switch it back to crew so they don't get out and get themselves cooked since we don't have exosuits, but... You guys just hang in here for a little while longer. And let the cooling loop get rid of the hot steam. Yeah, I should have brought the exosuits and the rest of the reed fiber, but not overly worried about it. I probably should have just equipped them so they could get out of here easy, but no stress. Alright, let's go a little bit faster here. How much of this is barbecue? 104,000 calories of barbecue. Excellent. Put that there for now. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to do some measurements and some math, which I'm not ready to do just yet. We're up to 4.3 tons of steel on this planet alone, and we just brought back 5 tons from the other planet that we had brought with us. So we're almost at 10 tons of steel, and we need 17.5 for the monument. I feel like the hard part is over, guys. I mean, going to another planet, mining all the resources, then coming home, like, that was the hard part. I feel like right now, it's not going to be too hard. Like, now we got to process stuff. I know how to process stuff. Let's get another ethanol distillery down. Such an ass backwards base. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this chamber, and we'll reclaim the steel that we used on these as well. So that's another almost what is that, like 1.6 plus 1.65 tons right there. That'll be a little bit of a bonus, so we can get that. I mean, it'll go right into making our industrial stuff, so not really, but Draco wants to get himself cooked nicely. I love that we have cuddle pips everywhere. I mean, what's the mass on this stuff? Milligrams shouldn't cause burning realistically, so... Welcome home, Killer. Welcome to home base, Barb. One feature of the crash satellite is that the max radiation zone is right underneath it if you dig under it. Ooh, I didn't realize that. I mean, we got our radiation pretty quickly sorted. Kind of wish there was more water up here. Whatever. It is what it is. Nobody's died from radiation just yet, so let's get you on the same as everybody else. Our killer's already back to work. We'll immediately start working on getting the rocket retooled for data research, although that's not going to matter till we get some plastic made. Omelets, why not? Why not? Let's get some omelets. I'm not taking on any more dupes unless we absolutely have to. Skills. You know what? We're immediately going to re-scrub Killer. Because we want Killer to... We don't need a Killer into rocketry at all anymore. You've done your duty on the other planet, Killer. You can stay home for the rest of the playthrough. Julie is next up on the list of people to make a journey into space, and she's just going to orbit. Okay. Gradually doing stuff. I know I'm going slow, but we're going to go slow for a little while. I might slap together a quick Draco Ranch so that we can get a few tiles together here. I don't know that it's worth it. I don't know that it's worth it at all. Maybe, like, literally to shear the wild ones. You know what? Why don't we move you guys up to where the hydrogen is? Yeah, I might shear them real quick. Not right this second, but... Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is a steam turbine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a steam turbine. Shouldn't need more than 2, but let's say we do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a steam turbine. We're not gonna need that many, but in theory we could get 4 of them in here. Oh wait, I know why I did that. I remember why I did that. This should not be that full. Alright, we're gonna need to get enough water in here. Alright, we're gonna have to liquid lock in, either vacuum this out, or... there's a lot of different ways we can do this, but right now... I want to get these wires built. Julie, welcome in. Let's do a shout out for Julie. Julie streams Ani. We recently did a bit of a playthrough of Stardew Valley together. We're thinking about finding another game to play together again. How you doing, Julie? How's your playthrough going? We just got everybody back from the second planet. We grabbed all the resources we needed from over here, loaded everything up onto the rocket, and came home. So, we're getting everybody resituated, reskill scrubbed, and integrated back into the colony. Well, everybody. Killer's dupe and Barb's dupe. And we're working on gradually putting together a little bit of an industrial area down here. But yeah, guys, everybody go check out Julie. Julie is awesome. New map with deep darkness not included, fixed mod. Oh, interesting. Okay. Jesus, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, so let's talk before we start laying things out. We need refineries because we don't have a refinery. We don't have a petroleum boiler. We could make one, but it's going to take longer to make a petroleum boiler, and we did the math, losing half mass. We're going to need a temporary crude tank that we can have them dump it in so we can pump into those refineries. Those refineries are then going to have to go into plastic presses, which we're going to need a decent number of them. And it is a pipe input. Okay. Okay, so we need oil refineries into plastic presses. We need a bit of oil to put into our loops for our refineries. Yes, thank you, Julie. Thank you for the bless you, Killer. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we've made quite a bit of progress. This base, I've pretty much ignored this base. while we were on our second planet. Surprisingly, this base is pretty much stable. Granted, we just brought back an extra dupe because we left with 10, unfroze somebody, and brought back another one. But we've got a lot of calories, so I'm not worried about it. Plus, we brought home some calories from the other planet because we needed them for the rocket trip. So I think all in all, we're in a good spot. We just got to actually process everything. All right, Killer's dupe is sorted, and Barb's dupe. Let's get you building. Yeah, you could use the athletics. Okay, guys. I think it is time for me to take my second restroom break of the day, and then we'll get this place sorted. What we're gonna do before we do anything is get our priorities fixed. Now that we've got everybody back home, Barb is going to be into construction, and Killer is going to also be into construction because at this point we don't need a lot of digging done. Although we have them into digging if we need to. So, as per usual, I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music pages because he does the music for my channel. And I'm going to go take care of some business and be right back. Yeah, if you guys need anything, I'll be right back. I don't know how to say I'll be back or goodbye. I'm bad at those things. I'm good at saying hello though. So anyway, I'll see everybody in a few moments. Yeah, that's end of sentence. BRB. Okay, everybody, I'm back. I'm already stroking the beard here. Let's do what Tony suggested. Let's prioritize getting up some solar up here. We do not need the oxalite anymore, so we're going to do that. We need to get polymer presses going. I think we're going to need at least 4 polymer presses. And then we need a way to get the crude into... And we need refineries as well. Actually, yeah. So we need a refinery, and we need to get the crude into the refinery. How do we want to do this? So we want to liquid lock in to the refineries, because it's going to be natural gas, which means we should realistically... make sure we have oxygen masks, because they're going to need to get in there to do that, right? Oh, priorities. I said we were going to get out our priorities. So, Barb. Building. You're not going to ranch now. You're not going to farm now. We've got farmers here. You're going to supply, tidy, and store second. We don't need you on life support. All that is going solid. Sudsy is on top of that. Excellent. Killer. Same situation. Building, digging. Actually, you're not going to go on digging. You're building first. Killer's digging and building. You don't need to farm at all, theoretically. We could actually put you guys in a secondary of operating, because everybody's going to wind up in a secondary operating situation. Zarya is probably going to stay the way they are. Building down-ticked for you. Cooking down-ticked. Mima, who's actually a Gosman, thank you, Sweetney. You don't need to be digging. Up on construction, then operating. Let's yeah, because it'll go by priority, and we don't have a lot of that, so have everybody do a secondary in that. Sweetney's our artist first, then doing hauling. Okay, done and dusted on that one. We're not going to have him do anything else. Emily is cooking and farming. Perfect. Franz is our farmer. Secondary and digging, and secondary and operating. They shouldn't need to go and operate. Zed is cooking, farming. Okay, that's solid. Linus operating first, building second. Actually, yeah, we'll leave that like that. We've got plenty of people supplying, so let's not have Linus worry about supplying. Operate, then build. After that, we don't need you digging. Like, nobody needs to be upticked in cooking, realistically. A lot of people were doing cooking at the beginning of the game because we needed everybody mushing to stay alive. Suds. Rancher. Right. Didn't we have a second rancher, in theory? Yeah, Zarya is our second rancher, named by Laz. Ranching first, farming second. I can be on board with that. Okay. I think that's priorities sorted. We're getting the extra solar panels built. We're heating up our cold water from our geyser for another 15 cycles into our original refinery. Why are choices so hard in this game? Okay, let's get a crude tank sorted. Probably have to redo some of this old cooling loop stuff. By probably, I mean definitely. Our base is looking nice, but that's not going to last forever because this thing will eventually go offline. But we will have plenty of extra heat from our cooling, from our industrial district, plus we'll have aqua tuners to deal with that. What I'm thinking is that we slap down a crude tank right here. Now, the problem with this... So we don't have exosuits over here. So we need to build the things we need first. So they don't actually go in here. Bottle emptier there. The crude is going to be toasty to start, so we're going to have to make this out of steel. Okay. We'll let them build that, but I'm starting to think, yeah, we might have to pause this just to get a better sense of how we're going to do all this stuff here. So we're going to be creating natural gas from our refinement process. Our refineries need to be on this side because they need to go up into here. So let's start with that process in our brains, right? How many refineries do we need? I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to say... Alright, let's draw a refinery first. Then let's get into plumbing. Alright, that's actually not enough. It's not enough space for what I want to do. Okay, we're going to have to pause this because we need shutoffs. I did not make that tall enough, did I? Nope. Of course I didn't. Okay, we'll deal with what we got to deal with. We'll give 2 spaces on the right. That'll give us enough space to work with. And then we need a shutoff. We have shutoffs, right? Yeah. Okay, liquid shutoff. Now I got to remember how this works. It's going to go out of the output. All right, let me draw the part I understand yet. So we're going to go out of the output up to here, right? Radiant pipe, let's say out of aluminum. Right? That comes back in. We want to check the temperature right there. And then we go into our shutoff again. And we're going to use that right there. That overflows there, but goes into the input there. And the output bridges on. right? Might be easier to have a mesh tile and then move the oil barrels onto it than mass empty rather than bottle opener. It's a good point. It's a good point. We'll prepare for both of those possibilities. See, this is where I consider the concept of adding like the blueprint mod, because that's more or less what we would need here, right? Like, this is exactly what we're going to be building for all of this, so yeah. My thought process here is we do need to get a cooling loop in here. So all of this is going to... So let's figure out where our cooling loop is going to go in this whole build. What I'm thinking is if this is the way we do it, we literally run our cooling loop so it comes like across type of thing. Man, this is so insane when you do it this way. Do we need more than a couple of these is the question. I never had any overflow smarts, just relied on heat exchange occurring in the steam room. I forget who taught me this, but this really helps because you don't have to think about it too much. But I also ran a hot brick last time I did this, so... You know what? I'm going to give space between these. And we're going to need room for our aqua tuners, so I think we're only going to be able to run 3 of them at most. Okay. Let's say that is our refinery array, right? Because that all has to go into the steam box. I'd like to get the base... I'd like to get everything kind of on the same loop. So we're going to probably set up 2 aqua tuners. Yeah. Do we have a little bit of brine? 36 grams. Oh, we printed brine over here, didn't we? Excellent. I don't care if there's salt in this chamber. It's going to be easier to just put a layer of brine, a layer of water, and rather than vacuuming it. So, for now, let's deconstruct that. Let's put one there. No, we can put one, like, there for sure. Thank you for the follow, Beelzebub72. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? We just brought back our haul from our secondary planet. And we're getting ready to set up a processing plant. We can't actually really do too much until we get power sorted. Well, until we make a few batches of plastic, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. I'd like to think that we can get this built today. I think if we can get an industrial district built today, I'd be happy. It will include actually refining some stuff into polymer, but of course, of course. I'm assuming you're a fellow Ani junkie. I'm obsessed with the game, but I've never played it. Yeah, I did that for a long time, and then it went on sale for 14 bucks for the DLC and the core game, and I was like, well, time to buy it. But yeah, it's pretty intense. We're playing on max difficulty. We started on a frozen forest, and ooh. And we have the goal of getting a monument built in under a month. Oh, no CPU. Gotcha. Yeah, that'll put a damper on the plans, right? So, max difficulty, frozen forest start, no teleporters. So we had to get to space just to be able... We didn't have plastic this whole playthrough. Didn't have fossil this whole playthrough. We just brought enough crude and fossil home to hopefully reach the goal. Every month we post a new seed in our community Discord. If you'd like to join, I'll put the link up in chat. I think this one works. We got to fix the one that's on my Twitch About section. And every month I put a seed up. Honey is on special 66% discount for me. No shit. Yeah, good time to buy then. How? I know this sounds insane, but I think I'm going to rip out all of this piping that we built. Because it's in my way and my brain does not like it. I'll get another sooner or later. Lost my other in Hurricane Ida. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I live in LA, so no fear of hurricanes here, but definitely fear of earthquakes. Been through a few of them, none of them major. I didn't move out here until after the big major quakes, so... Okay. Let's go a little faster here. I don't want to go too fast. I'm pretty confident in this build, but I'm confident in a lot of things that don't quite go right, so... I'm used to having the materials to build this before I actually sit down to do it, so... There used to be a way to have games hosted on cloud so your home PC becomes a fancy terminal. Not sure if that is still a thing. You'll get earthquakes during your hurricane. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that remote access gaming thing is interesting. I remember there was a thing for a while where that was like, no, the next big thing. You'll just get an interface and all of the processing will be done remotely. I think that kind of fell off. I thought it was an interesting thing when people were talking about it, but I was like, I wonder how that's going to be with lag. Seems that would be a problem. Because you don't need a high-spec home PC. Yeah. Makes sense. Our team is nice. I'm very happy with our team. Base is looking good temperature. Very happy. There's something satisfying about starting on a frozen planet and then seeing this nice dark green color. It just makes me happy. And if I'm not talking as much, guys, we've been going for over 4 hours, and this is the thinking cap section of the day. I'm not even sure how we're gonna do most of this stuff. How many duplicates are you running right now? 11. We're keeping a reasonably low pop because it's been hard to feed them. Max difficulty means double food consumption, and we're on a cold planet. We didn't have access to a lot of stuff. I should have brought back some bristle blossom seeds. No. You're thinking too much, Nether. Water is scarce. You can't run on a water-based crop. A lot. Originally, part of the plan was to make sure that we got enough pips to produce eggshells for lime. A lot of pips. These are all going to be pip ranches over here. We're eating mealwood, and we're going a little longer cycle-wise than I anticipated. So, more dirt. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. I mean, I think in theory we could probably bring on 1 or 2 more, but by the time they were trained up, we're going to be done with this. I think each pip ranch feeds 1 dupe in meat on these settings, maybe 2. Yeah, our barbecue is definitely coming up quite a bit. I don't think we're eating pickled meal for the most part. That was part of it too. I really do want to put automation in over here. But, you know, a lot of projects. There are so many things that if we were in this world long term, I'd be doing right now. But since we're just planning to get this done shortly, let's have them sweep all that out of there before we do things with it. Since we're not planning on being in this playthrough very long, I'm not trying to go too crazy with things. That water being in there is a pain in my ass. That's fine. Is it fine? Oh, that thing still functions. Excellent. Yep, barbecue pips. Okay. So let's say we're also going to put in our plastic presses, right? I mean, we have to do that, so. Can we keep it under? Handy water for steam room. Oh yeah, like right over here and stuff. Yeah, we've got a bunch of neat little things that we can work with here. So we need to refine metals and we need to make plastic. In order to make plastic, we need petroleum, which means we need to put refineries into effect. Liquid reservoirs. Where do I want to put the refineries? I almost kind of want to put the refineries just over here, where they're out of the way, because we're going to have to liquid lock into them, and doing that over here is going to aggravate me. Good morning. It's definitely not morning. Yeah, Awesome. Welcome back, Barb. And I think we're just going to come down through here, right? Not terrible, but not quite what we need yet. Okay, so let's say that is the case, right? Now, what about the refineries? They are 4 tall, and natural gas is going to be a thing, right? What if we just put them up here? I mean, I want to just put one here, but then they got to go through the refinery to get to the other stuff. And we could maybe drop it down? What if we did that? I think that might be a good idea. Still be in the way a little bit. What if we put it here? Still not quite enough room because I didn't plan well enough. Excellent, Nether. Excellent. I'll go look up in YouTube and subscribe there. Thank you, Beelzebub. Really appreciate it. I'll be uploading the VODs of this playthrough. I upload my RimWorld VODs. I do some Minecraft stuff, time lapses, episodic content. Although haven't been doing as much of that lately. You know, a little bit of everything is kind of how I do things. I'm almost kind of thinking we just stick it up here. And then we're going to have to deal with the gas, right? If you don't want the natural gas, could build it under rocket and vent the natural gas. I mean, if this were any other playthrough, I'd want to keep the natural gas, but no stress, Barb. I've never been able to stream. People wouldn't understand my Cajun ass. Oh, I don't know that people even understand me sometimes. I speak English and bad English, and emphasis on the bad English. We could legit set that up there, huh? Because we could just run a conduction panel. We don't have to make any type of crazy cooling thing, huh? New Zealand accent is probably worse. All right, here's the thing, though. Okay, so that's... You said 7 tiles deep. I always thought it was 9, but you said 7. I'm assuming all petro processed before rocket launch. That's a good question. That is a good question. Okay, so let's say... Oh, that's a good point. We can literally just process all the crude into petrol, right? So if we got 25 tons, we're going to go down to 17.5, which means... we just do boop, 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 5, 10, 15, 20. We have plenty of storage for it. Good point, Tony. Tony gets the honorable mention MVP shout out on this one. Because what I was also thinking is we could just liquid lock here and break this. Timeout for backseating. Nah, you're all good. You're all good. But yeah, because they got to get into the oxygen suits anyway. I like where your head's at. Let's roll with that. Because then the power is over here too. Where's the power point on that? Right there. So 3rd tile over. Why can't we put it there? Not sure why. Screw it. Let's put it there. Plug it in like that. Although this makes me think we shouldn't bother putting our petroleum over here, or our crude over here, because we're just going to need to get it in there, right? I'm awake. Hydrate. Thank you, Barb. Let me drink that. Yeah. Let's switch gears like that. I like that idea. That would go there, and then we could do the mesh tile and unload things there. Right? Is that 25 tiles? That's 20... How many tons of crude do you have? 25. No, I don't want to set up a pump in here. In fact, I'd like to get that out as soon as possible. At least to a temporary location. Because, it's just going to heat up the interior of the rocket. Okay, so we put the crude here, pump it into this guy. That guy pumps it into here where it'll be stored. Now, do we make these tanks out of steel? I think we make them out of steel just to be sure, because we're going to deconstruct them anyway, so why the hell not? Do I care about dragging heat through here? Not really. You know, great quality of life update would be to be able to, reverse these. Didn't I do it? Didn't I do the hydrate? I'm sorry if I didn't. I thought I did. Okay, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Is this setup going to work? Possibly. And is it still chilly down here? Yeah, so we can run a couple of batches of making crude. Oh no, that's not gonna jam. That's gotta be steel for now. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Should have done that. I never think of that. For some reason, I always think in series. Okay, so we drop our crude in here. They're already processing fossil. We'll ramp that up after we worry about processing the crude into petroleum. So crude gets dumped in here, goes into this refinery. They're wearing oxygen masks. They're not going to care about the natural gas. It automatically vents into outer space. It gets pumped into these tanks. It's already chilly down here. We might extend our loop to incorporate that. They go into the petroleum, or the plastic presses. We're going to have to run a couple of batches, and then we can build our steam turbines. So for now, we have to kind of keep everything the way it is as far as using the cold that's on the map. We've got a little heat from up here bleeding in now. I'm not going to worry too much about that at the moment. I don't know, guys. We're gonna build this stuff and hope that it works, and we'll stopgap solutions if we absolutely have to. What a hacked together base this is. Definitely beard stroke moment, which we have an emote for, thanks to Barb. There it is. And as well as the new Tack Attack emote, which I absolutely adore. Love it. Gotta love the problem on cycle 10, mean Crangled base at 500. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I said, if we were planning on a long-term playthrough, I'd have been much slower about doing things. I would have stabilized more systems. I would have, like, rebuilt stuff. Like, rather than just slamming in a bunch of pip ranches over here, I would have taken my time at a lower population, built proper barracks and bedrooms, realigned my stuff, made sure that space was nice and squared off. Posture check. Thank you, Barb. Absolutely. So there's a lot of stuff I would have done different if we were planning on being this in this world, 4, 5, 600 hours, whatever. But since we're trying to just achieve a goal and call it done, it was like, well, let's not get too crazy. Let's just get done what needs to get done. You guys, we're going to go for another hour or so. We're going to see if we can try and get the majority of this built. I'm not sure we'll actually get the processing up and running today. Subscribed on the tube. Name is Belden LeBouf on there. All right, sounds good. Thank you, Beelzebub. Really appreciate that. Like I said, I already uploaded all the VODs so far on this one. I scheduled them to come out twice a week, starting Wednesday, and then Saturdays will be the other day. And then I do RimWorld VODs up there on the YouTube, and like I said, Minecraft stuff and a lot of other random stuff. Been trying to get into doing more shorts and stuff as well. The YouTube, I want to put more work in the YouTube. YouTube used to be my primary thing, and then I started streaming full time. So for the last year, I've been streaming 5 to 6 days a week, 6 hours a day. Every once in a while, I take a shorter day or don't stream on Saturdays, but for the most part, I stream about 6 hours, 6 days a week. And so, on that note, we're going to be streaming the rest of... we're going to be streaming this until we're done with it. And then once we're done with it, we'll stream whatever we have time left to stream. I'm probably not going to get into another Ani playthrough before I go in for my surgery next week, nor a RimWorld playthrough. So we'll probably get into some Myst, or maybe I'll get Portal. But I just bought the whole Myst series, so it's likely after we finish this playthrough, we'll be playing Myst, which is a retro puzzle game. I don't expect everybody to be here going crazy for it. It's kind of a niche thing, but something I definitely wanted to revisit. And, yeah. Next week I won't be able to stream. I mean, if I am physically able, I will, but I doubt I'll even be home from the hospital next week, so 99.999% chance there won't be any days next week for streaming. The following week, if I am able to stream, I will. I can't foresee what condition I'm going to be in. Good chance that even if I can stream a little bit, it'll be shorter streams. But I don't like taking more than a week off, but, major stomach surgery. So we'll take off all the time we need to, and I'll keep you guys posted on the Discord. So if anybody's curious what the happenings are and when the schedule will go back to normal, just keep an eye on the Discord. I'll post things there. Good luck on your surgery. I'm going to surgery Wednesday. Oh, good luck on yours as well, then. I hope yours isn't as major as mine. I've had 5 surgeries on my stomach in the last 4 years, and this is like the going to a very specialized specialist situation. Like, been to the good doctors, now I'm going to the doctor who's like, my specialty is hard problems like yours. So, old man surgery, having a cataract move. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they've got to rebuild my abdominal wall and reconnect some of the plumbing. It's been a hell of a ride, but with any luck, it will be over soon. Diverticulitis, if anybody's wondering what the problem was that caused it. I'm excited for you to be all healed up again, but I know the recovery is going to be Yeah, recovery is going to be exhausting, and I'm probably going to be on a lot of painkillers. So if after next Monday you see me posting a bunch of absolute nonsense, pay no attention. You know, I'm just doped up on painkillers. Well, I appreciate that, Beelzebub. All right, we can go a little faster. We've got our plan in place. We just got to let them build. Now, we used a lot of the steel we had here to build some infrastructure over here, but a lot of this stuff is going to get ripped down. This pump, that reservoir, and that refinery and these reservoirs are all going to get ripped out. This aqua tuner is dumping heat into the steam in here, which is a little dangerous, but we might just put some more water in there so it has some mass to dump into. Not worried about that at all. Maybe I should just leave the dupes inside while there's meteor showers. I would prefer they don't get smacked by meteors. I mean, now that we're back here, it really is just like, let's get on the grind. Meteor shower's over? Meteor shower's over. Another thing on the list of stuff we could automate that I'm not going to worry about automating. You know what? We're good on ceramic. I'm going to shut that whole system off. Girlfriend is getting off of work. Got to do the boyfriend things. Very nice meeting you, and I will be back to view in future. Good luck. Thank you, Beelzebub. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you for the follow here and the sub on YouTube. Looking forward to seeing you and hanging out with you more. You have a good one. Oh, the ant farm. I guess I can work while on the phone with her. Oh, yeah. Multitasking, right? Dear God, you guys hit me with so many hydrates. I'm still thirsty, and I still have to pee. Not bad though. We'll wait. Lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Beelzebub. I'm sure there's going to be some stuff I'll have to, like, reconfigure over here. Like, oh, I need a bridge here, I needed this here, that there type of thing, but we'll burn that bridge when we get there. Alright, this needs to... Okay, we need to do something about this real quick. We're just gonna dump some reasonably chill water in here. Thank you for the stretch, Beezle. Okay. That should bring our temp in here down a bit. Once we get this online down here, we're going to get rid of this. Reclaim the steel. Theoretically reclaim the space, but the space doesn't matter. But since we're using this for cooling right now, I mean, we could expand out. That loop I just destroyed could totally have been used to do things, but like I said, we'll rip some things out, put some things back in. And once this is online, we won't need this chamber anymore. We were kind of like dual purpose. That could help cool and regulate from the heat from this guy. And simultaneously make heat, make steam for our rocket. So that's what we've been doing. Ooh, right. Power for that guy. We're just gonna do this messy. Might as well just do this messy, right? Really should have more, more batteries, being that we're using solar a lot. Is there a place I can easily squeeze a couple in? Not sure. Not gonna worry about it, though. What I could have done with this whole oxalate meteor thing is I could have set it up so that when we had enough for the rocket, we just dropped the rest of it into this chamber for our air. That would have been a great idea. Things to take into account for the next playthrough. Yeah, that would have been cool. Because we could have dropped it in this little bit of water, and that's enough water. That's not enough water to overpressure it. Because we have the vent there to do the same thing. So the oxalate would have dropped in there and just perpetually off-gassed and helped fill this chamber with oxygen. Let's speed this up a little bit. Got a lot of mass in here to eat heat for the temporary interim here, so... Let's get all the debris out of here. Yes, salt vine farm. Wild planted by pips right around a chlorine gas. Helping us keep... table salt's kind of a nice byproduct, but we had, like, very little sand on this map, so wound up wanting to do this to keep sand by crushing salt, and wound up still having to crush some of our rocks. But since we did all this stuff up here, we also have access to some regolith. So between crushing up the salt vines and collecting the regolith, we've had enough filtration medium to get the clay we need and keep our water supply clean. First time I've ever done a salt farm. This is a salt vine farm. It's kind of a little bit of a passion project on this playthrough. Not 100% certain, but oil refinery might need cooling doohickey similar to oxalate. Yeah. That's, I mentioned that, Tony, and we're going to do that. I'm just trying to build things before I start drawing in the cooling loop for it. Because we're going to have to redo a bunch of stuff here, so I want to build what we queued up to build. Then once that's all built, we'll work on the next bit. This is going swimmingly. Oh, absolutely, Killer. Looking forward to seeing it. I'm so glad we have such a diverse group of people here as far as play experience. We've got people that are super new, people that have got thousands of hours. Like, it's really nice that everybody can help each other out and give ideas and all that. I think it's really cool. I don't know why this got so full. Maybe we did have some ice that melted. Oh, the ice melted here and overflowed into there. That's what happened. Yes. And now it won't actually flow down. That was something I didn't think of. I don't even know why I'm doing this. It just bothers me that this system's not at full potential. Not that we need it or anything, but... I think he is sleeping in the closet, Barb. He's being a good boy. Probably make even more solar. Oh, 25 tons of oxalate. That's so freaking cool. I did not plan this section of it that well, huh? Alright, I'm over that project. God, it already cooked all that water into steam. We need to get this online reasonably quickly. Or drag some cold from the other sections of the base. Thank you, Barb. I would say for a 1 month hacky, let's just get to the goal base, it's doing pretty good. Oasis, the map or the band? The band. Okay. I very much don't like Oasis. Yeah, I kind of think those guys are assholes and don't even deserve the fame they have. I mean, hopefully I'm not offending anybody, but their music is a direct ripoff of the Beatles, which I don't really like the Beatles, but I respect the Beatles. And on top of that, they're really shitty people. Balza, I was describing it earlier, and I'll list some bands too. I was playing at the waiting room on the dock. Yeah, it plays a lot of places. The way I describe, oh, Oasis, no one. Oh God, I'm gonna start a whole thing. The music I like, the way I describe it is if you take cartoon music or circus music and throw it in a blender with a distortion pedal, that's my jam. Bands like Mr. Bungle, Primus, Dog Fashion Disco, Their Dogs Were Astronauts. That's a really fair point. I don't really know much about the band. Also, like I tend to, yeah, Mr. Bungle is freaking phenomenal. I also tend to be on the metal stuff. Like right now, I'm listening to Butcher Babies. Earlier, I was listening to Andromeda. I was about to say Mr. Bungle. Some feed me feed me macro. You know Bungle? Belza, you and I are going to be good friends. You and I are going to be good friends. But yeah, anything that's a little crazy and off the beaten path, I generally tend to like. Another good way of looking at it is like, I'm not a Zappa fan, but a lot of the music that Zappa inspired, I'm fans of. So yes, Mike Patton's other band, one of my favorite dances. Faith No More is awesome. He also does Tomahawk, Peeping Tom. All the Mike Patton stuff is at the top of my list. Is Mr. Bungle the band before Faith No More, or am I? Yes, Mr. Bungle is the band before Faith No More. In fact, from the stories, one of the things that Faith No More fought about a lot, because they're a band that likes to fight a lot, was the fact that Patton would put a lot of time into Mr. Bungle. They would be like, this band's not even making you money, and he's like, yeah, but it's the band I love. Like that's like his passion project type of jam. Yeah, he was in Mr. Bungle first, then Faith No More. Yeah. Oh, we're all talking about Nether's favorite band. This is adorable. Well, I think technically my favorite band is Dog Fashion Disco, but I wouldn't know about that genre of music if it hadn't been for Mr. Bungle. So, stations, is it? We need plastic just to build that. Okay. Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains is good. I'm a fan of most of the 90s rock stuff, as well as the weird stuff. Alright, most of this stuff is built, right? But I do remember seeing White Zombie open for Pantera once. That was, yeah, yeah. Other bands that I've listened to a lot of. I'm 51, so all of this music you're talking about is in my kind of genre. Yeah, I'm a little older myself. I don't like to talk about age in general. I always say I'm as old as the game I'm playing. So today I'm 535 cycles old. I walk into my house and feel some Pantera sitting on my sofa smoking a joint. Phil, yeah. A little too close to the action. Are we talking about music or Ani, Julie? Very much a square. Aw. I used to play in bands and be an absolute madman and mosh and jump off of stages and specifically look for trouble. I spent a lot of my life making decisions based on what would make the most interesting story as opposed to what was good for me. You know, not necessarily the best way to do things. Into peace. Peace, love, and Pop-Tarts. Wait a second. How are there 23.4 tons of crude? Did I lose some here somehow? Oh, there's some still on here. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I've always been pretty risk averse, except like 2 years in my 20s. I'd still love to sing in a band, but I'd definitely be a hobby band. Yeah, I spent a lot of time playing in bands and screaming and playing bass. I also spent a long time producing music, did a lot of sound engineering and producing. Oh, different temperatures, right. I did an adult rock band camp a year ago. It was awesome. That's awesome. How much longer are you online? 21 cycles. Is that just too much heat? God, I'm stoked about this. Cat gravity. Old school punk. I'm on the fence. Some punk I like, some punk not so much. I feel like punk is a lot more of a lifestyle sometimes than it is necessarily a music genre. I'm not a big punk guy, but there's definitely a few punk songs and punk bands that I can get down with. Let's take that off because I'm not sure I know what I'm doing there. Oh shit. That was cool. That was really cool. Absolutely. That was neato. Yeah, I think I would get along with just about everybody in our community in real life. I think we all share, even if we have different tastes in music or art or anything like that, I think in general we all share that common feeling of like being cool, chilling with each other, taking care of each other, support, kindness, that whole thing. Yes. I mean, I guess this conversation is pretty metal. The safety of a mosh pit is hard to explain. Yeah, yeah. Like, I think people who don't understand mosh pits will be like, oh, it's so dangerous and it's so crazy and violent. But when you see someone fall down in a mosh pit, the entire mosh pit, like, every person reaches to pull them back up and take care of them. Like, there's kind of that, like, unwritten law of, like, you don't hurt people in a pit. Oh, yeah, same, Biza. Or Belza. I gotta get, I want to keep calling you Beelzebub. I don't know why. There's always the guys in three-point stance looking to hurt people in the pit. Me and my old roommate, so hurt those down. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be those bad eggs, right? But I find that most people are there, or, everybody's there to, like, get it out, and rock out. Not everybody, but, like, it's that, the few that are just shitheads for the sake of being shitheads. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I think you get it. Let's get that on a higher priority for operators. There's our first petroleum, guys. Let's snip that for a second. In my day, you knocked somebody down, you reached your hand down and picked them back up. They were in there, here to have fun, not to hurt. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So those of you that were in the scene, or are in the scene, there's a big difference between hardcore and metal, right? And it's funny because I was in a very experimental we were in a very experimental band. We had our metal stuff, we had our blast beat stuff, we had our hardcore stuff, we had our punk stuff. We even did a country EP. We were a very, like, no limits band. It was like we did whatever we wanted, whenever we wanted. And because of that, we may not have made sense to a lot of people, but we garnered a lot of respect from a lot of different groups. One time we were on tour, we were up in this town, and it was, like, very divisive. Like, there was the hardcore scene and there was the metal scene, and because it was a smaller town, they were all playing in the show at the same night. But when the hardcore band was playing, the metal kids were outside, and vice versa. And so we get up there on stage being absolute complete madmen, no genre boundaries whatsoever, and we start playing. Both groups were there with a divide about 3 people wide down the center. Metal on one side, hardcore on the other side, but every one of them cheering us on like, fuck yeah, you guys are insane. That was one of my favorite moments ever, was being on that tour. That was just a phenomenal good time. Yeah, people really didn't necessarily know how to read us. Like, literally we would switch genres mid-song. The song would start out like real pretty metal intro, then go into some, like, crazy fucking heavy hardcore blast beaty type thing. Then we'd wind up doing some sort of waltz for the breakdown, and then, like, end it out with a jazz fucking, swing feel. Kind of reminds me of Hank 3. Don't know if he's going to sing country or metal or punk. Yeah, exactly. What's the guy with the devil horns going to play? Yeah, nobody had any idea what to expect from us when we got on stage. And as such, there were a lot of environments where our stuff didn't play well, because we'd go and play at a show and people were like, what the fuck is this? Why is this happening right now? And then there were other shows where people were like, what the fuck is this? Why is this happening right now? This is, it's like that difference between the excited, like, it was always the same reaction, but it was whether people were like, ugh, or fuck yeah. We eventually got to the point where we had enough songs that we try to cater our set to the vibe. Like if we're playing a lighter show, we lean on the lighter side. Heavier show, we lean on the heavier side. But we kind of did a little bit of everything. Okay, so we actually have petroleum. What an odd thing. Oh, these have gas outputs. For steam, right? So if you could stream when you take a break. For CO2. Oh, okay, Tony. Oh, that's right. They give off steam. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. CO2. Gotcha, gotcha. Hopefully that'll... hopefully these won't get overpressured. Could void into rocket chamber. See, now we're cooking with gravy. Tony, I love the way your brain thinks. Love the way your brain thinks. And there is Nightbot being a good streamer for me, guys. If you haven't clicked over to the YouTube or the Discord, links are up in chat right now. Discord rules are same as here. Basically, don't be a jerk. Support each other. Be chill. And don't try to sell people things. I laugh about that one because there's always graphic art bots coming into every channel trying to do things. Thank you for lurking, Killer. Not sure why the command isn't working, but it'll probably sort itself out shortly. And somehow or another, we're processing crude oil. Never thought we'd see the day, but pretty happy that that's going on. Man, our barbecue's in good shape. That's how you spell lurk. Yeah. Let's put a little bit more gas on the situation here. I like this Dash of Salt Vine farm. I honestly, other than making decontamination chambers, I never really had much of a use for chlorine, but a Dash of Salt Vine farm seems pretty cool. Good way to keep table salt on the table. Good way to get some extra sand going. You might like the baby petroleum boiler picky. Kind of cheated and used every type of bridge to exchange heat instead of the long zigzag contraption. Ooh. I've been talking about doing a mini base playthrough. I might start getting into like baby and micro petroleum boilers and sour gas boilers and stuff like that. I like the idea of that a lot. I'm not sure why they wouldn't plant here, because it seems like they're planting these entire farms. So that's like, that's a little crazy to me. Okay, now let's get water down here. For a little bit of, we'll see what happens. I don't think I've ever used a polymer press, to be honest with you guys. I always get plastic from Drecos. The only indicator that shows these devs are the same devs that made Don't Starve is the Neutronium design. Oh yeah. How about that? I played Don't Starve for like an hour. Same wonky spirals, yeah. I do remember the artwork. I posted my Ani base material. Awesome. Guys, if you want to check out Killer's base, click over to the Discord and check it out. I'll take a look at it after stream, Killer. Looking forward to seeing how you're doing, how you're progressing. And if you, again, if you have any questions, just let us know. There's a lot of people here happy to answer questions, I do believe. They're fairly straightforward. I add a little liquid under them to stop the steam. I thought that you might not want to walk past those to get the ore refineries. Oh, we could. Yeah, that's true. Probably a better way to deal with it was, yeah, Didn't think about that. Well, some people are going to get soggy feet. Could have planned it better. Could have dropped them down a level or two and then, like, walked over top of them, but hey. I've seen people do this, so I know it's a thing that you do, but never really knew why. Wait, how much did that say? 114 kilos. Nice. Temperature for food may stay a while until I can learn Francis' pipe system. Yeah, getting a deep freezer is not the easiest thing in the world. But once you get it, you'll get it. Yeah, just checked that a moment ago, Tony. That conduction panel is handling business. And we made it out of steel just in case, so... Alright, I'm just going to put one over here. She's there. Thanks, everyone, for making me feel unwelcome. Welcome until next time. Alright, have a good one, Belza. Alright, let's see if we can get some plastic going. Let's do it slowly on the first batch, just so we can make sure that everything is working properly. We are making plastic, everybody. Alright, we're going to have to add some piping stuff, though. We're going to have to start bleeding the cold out of all of the parts of the base here. Way too much. Okay. Plastic! We have plastic, everybody. Only took us to cycle 538 to get some. Yes, it is a great victory. Very exciting. And Killer, remember us talking about putting loops where it was cold? That's basically what I'm doing now. Is like this loop is going around the base. You know, it's long and obnoxious, but if you look, see how the heat is injecting here and will be injecting here, and then it's getting dragged down to this cold section, and the cold section is heating up and the liquid is getting colder? That's the basic gist of a cooling loop. It's long and obnoxious, that's what she said. Absolutely. You're talking about my stories, right? All right. As much as an awesome win as that is, let's cut that off because we need some of that for our cooling loop. For our refineries. Oh, that's so exciting. That is so exciting. We'll go low tech getting the water in here. Plastic in the printer. Excellent. Oh, that's awesome. Are we going to go late so you don't have to make another thumbnail? No. I mean, we might go a little late here, but probably not. I'm very happy with where we're at. The fact that plastic production is working is fantastic. We're probably gonna finish up this loop edition here. Operators on standby 24 hours a day? Sure, why not? Let's get a little faster. Soggy feet. I'm sorry, dupes. I should have thought ahead on that one. And again, I keep saying if this was a long-term playthrough, the moment we would have realized that, I would have dropped this down. I mean, granted, we wouldn't do this configuration in a long-term playthrough, but, you know, there's a lot of things I would or wouldn't do depending on a lot of other factors. It's okay, you can run a ladder above the puddle if you want. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like there. Can't put it there, so we'd have to put it up there, which is not going to be great. What we could do is just break this tile out and have them come up from down here. Might do that. What's funny is we've been relying on the heat from our hydrogen vent for so long that now we're getting to the point where I'm like, oh no, we're producing more heat than that thing is. Then we don't need this anymore for heat. Still kind of need it for the hydrogen, so I will let it run through this cycle, but when it's done, I'll probably shut it off. Like, it's going for 17.9 cycles, so... I mean, we're cranking through the crude. Yeah, guys, we'll go another, like, 15 minutes or so. Usually I like to be at a reasonably decent stopping point. I think the fact that we've gotten our petroleum going and I've made our first few pieces of plastic. I mean, we've got over a ton of plastic already. I'm pretty happy about that. And we'll do what Tony said. We'll process all of this, and then we'll send somebody into space. I can't believe we have plastic. That's so goddamn cool. Yeah, we're probably going to start spinning down our mealwood, too. Looks like half of the crude oil has been processed. Yeah, just about. God, I hope it's enough. If it's not enough, I don't even know what we're going to do. I mean, I know what we're going to do, but I don't want to do it. What was I doing? Oh, I was waiting for them to finish this loop. Oh, we actually got processing going, guys. Cold damage? You mean we're making the liquid too cold? I guess we're making it too cold. That's a good problem to have, considering where we're at with this. And the abyssalite is flashing it to ice. Excellent. Yeah, right? We have plastic. I'm not even sure what to say now. Like I'm pretty damn happy about all of this.
A wise choice.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Tony. Thank you, Laz. I really appreciate that. I say it all the time. A monetary support is never required, but always appreciated. I haven't worked a normal job since I started my health problems, so every little bit helps getting me through stuff. I love doing this, and I'm glad you guys enjoy it enough to contribute to the madness. So thank you to everybody. Thank you, Laz, so much for that. Now, it does look like we're getting kind of warm, but at the same time, like I said, this thing's going to be offline in 16.8 cycles, so we've still got a decent amount of chill on the map here. We've got some negative 17 temps down here, so... Yes, you did buy the forest yesterday. Are you going to play tonight? I loved the first one. Very disappointed in the second one, but the first one was fantastic. Awesome. You'll have fun. The mechanics are a little lo-fi, but it was a small development team. The second one was disappointing because they got the money they should have had for the first one, but didn't make the difference. And then a lot of the stuff they changed was stuff that I think they shouldn't have changed, but, you know, who am I? God, I never thought I'd be this happy to see petroleum and plastic on a map. It's amazing to me how we can manage the temperature without using... Like, this aqua tuner was more or less here to make steam more than anything else. We were a little concerned how we were going to get enough heat. That's why this refinery was here, just to put enough heat into the water to make the steam. No, I turned them off for now, Tony. I don't want to put everything into plastic before we fill the loops over here. So we're just doing things in stages at the moment. The CO2 is working marvelously. But since we brought a reasonably tight budget when it comes to the crude, we're sticking with that. There's a few other things I should be starting up, but we're going to call stream here in a couple of minutes, so I'm kind of just keeping an eye, making sure everything is running smoothly. You know what? Let's get pickled meal off of this one. Same thing with mush fry and lice loaf. Let's make this fridge only barbecue, omelets, and spicy tofu. This one can be the other stuff. Basically like good food and bad food. Oh, the pippening. Pay no attention to the drowning Pip. Oh, thank you for cheering, Killer. Appreciate the biddies. Thank you so much. Let's get a layer of brine in here, and then we'll put water in. Now, I know sometimes people are like, I don't want salt or dirt or anything like that in these, and I'm at the point where I'm like, nope, don't care. I mean, we do have to get in there and build some more stuff, so I'm not going to go with the... I should have waited. I'm getting sloppy because we're getting towards the end here. But we've almost processed all of our crude. God, that's awesome. Thank you for cheering, Laz. Guys, thank you so much for the support. This community is absolutely amazing. I love you guys. I love that everybody is like so kind and supportive and helpful, and you guys have really helped me a lot, and I'm looking forward to getting my surgery done and coming back and doing some more stuff with everybody. For anybody who's new, if you feel like hanging out in Discord, don't be shy. Come in, post stuff. If you see anybody in voice chat, all the voice chats are open to come and hang out in. I've seen streamers use oil so all of the steam stays at the top of the chamber, but that was probably for power production, not cooling or refinement. Yeah, I've seen people use oil as well. I'm basically just trying to get all the gases out of there. It doesn't matter to me if it's steam. I think one of the reasons is that petroleum won't boil at the temperatures you're going to be keeping the chamber, so there's always a liquid down there for heat exchange. But we're not going to worry too much about that. So yeah, guys, I will be back here tomorrow at noon to do some more of this madness. Oh, look. These guys are here. You know what? Oh. Slicksters. What? What temperatures do you like? Can we get away with livable 35? We've got a lot of CO2 saved up. We've got a ton per tile saved up over here. We could theoretically... Oh. Okay, so if we need to, we can ranch a couple of slicksters real quick. Like, we could literally, like, just move the slicksters over here onto this mesh tile and just pump the CO2 over here. Lock up the top or something. Oh, that would be interesting. Okay, so we got options if we're close, but not there. Okay. Alright, we've damn near processed all of this stuff. A little bit more to go. Temperature's not really terrible considering all the stuff we're doing. We got 15 cycles left on the hydrogen vent. And thank you, Laz. I appreciate that. I hope it goes well as well. I mean, we used a bunch of steel for random projects here just to make sure things didn't overheat, and we're back up to 6.2 tons. So even with our BS processing facility up here, we are quickly catching up to what we need to do. We've got plenty of ceramic, obsidian. We're gonna do this, guys. We're gonna do this. Maybe tomorrow. I guess that depends on how fast we can make data disks. I think the research for data disks is going to be the thing that determines whether or not we can pull this off tomorrow or it's going to take till Wednesday. But I would be surprised if we have to play on Thursday as well. I mean, we will be streaming on Thursday, but I feel like we'll be done with this playthrough by Wednesday at the latest. I'm honestly not even sure if we're going to need these at this point. Well, I guess this is going to go offline, and that's what we're using for cooling. Yeah, okay, we will. We will need them. Okay. God, I don't want to stop, but I'm going to stop. I have to go to the restroom very badly, and we're at the 6-hour mark. So let's see if any of our friends and family are online so we can raid out and show some love to some other people. You guys have been absolutely amazing. With light and space capsules and the researcher has max research and operator skills, you would be fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're pretty much there. Our researcher's been with us since day one. So, let's see who's online real quick. Anybody playing Ani? Okay, nobody's playing Ani. Let's see if anybody's online playing Oxygen Not Included. I don't see any of our regular friends and family here. Let's go see Cywolf. Don't have any idea who they are, but they're playing Ani, so let's go make a new friend. Okay, raid. Guys, thank you again for a wonderful Monday. I love it. I'm so glad we got the opportunity to get so much done. We really did achieve a lot today. We're going to keep achieving as much as we can going into tomorrow, and we'll try and get this done ASAP. If anybody sees me in Discord and wants to hang out, feel free to come in and say hi. And take care, everyone. Be well.